All right, so I take it there should be sound now. Bismillah. Let me just take a look, people. So can you all hear me? You can. Hopefully, you can now. Just adjust this. Right, so somebody said we hear. Bismillah, inna alhamdulillah wa kafa, wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulih al-Mustafa, wa ala ibadihi alladhina istafa. وعلى عبادي الذين ارتضى ومن بهداهم اهتدى وبآثار أهل المدينة اقتفى وبعد فسلام الله على القوم أهلا وسهلا يا جماعة. What is going on? Right, whilst you guys are tuning in, clicking like, clicking share, one must take the necessary sip. All right. So I'll let you guys do your thing, spread the love. Whilst you're doing that, I'm going to just bring up today's topic. Let me just bring it up here. There it is. Where's the file? Now, what is today's date again? There it is. Ya salam. All right. So, Allahu Akbar. Bismillah. So, what I want to take a look at today. Oh, the date's wrong on that, but you can ignore that. So, it is the 13th now. Own your own destiny, people. Own your own destiny. Quranic guidance. I want to share some history lessons with us, and that is on Moulay Ismail. And who was he, and what was the army of Bukhari? What is the army of Bukhari? And there's another fascinating topic. I thought, well, we have to take a look at that as well. Why not? The Glaze of Attention, people. And what do we mean by that? So, some interesting things to take a look at. Now that I've said that, got that out the way, let me take a look at who's with us tonight. Allah. Esta noche, what do we have, people? And who do we have? Let's see. ¿Quién con nosotros? Who's with us? So, Tariq Mahmoud. Salam, young man. Hope you're well. Shukran, yar. I'm well. Lillahi alhamd. Likewise. May you be well. Ameen. Ameen. Right. Yar, abaya ho ka raha hai. So, Mufti, for real now, I'm a theology student. Okay, theology student from Aleman, from Germany. Is it possible to learn from you in the UK? See, nowadays everything is online. You're learning from me right now. You will be learning in tonight's episode. You'll be learning through all my videos. This is a learning stream, people. This is a learning stream. If you mean something like a consecutive course or constructive in that sense, then I haven't set up anything like that. I have got some lessons on YouTube in Maliki Fiqh. I've got a few courses on Maliki Fiqh. I've got, but they are old. I accept that. So the Ashmawiyah, which is in 6 lectures, it's quite old. The Foundations of Islam by Qadi Iyad in 20 lectures, which is quite old. I have some hadith classes on YouTube, which are a few years old as well. I'm just trying to think. So those are mainly the courses. I've got a history course on Al-Andalus, which is quite old. So all of these things are quite old. But they're there. I have got some other courses which are equally old, but not uploaded, and I do mean to upload them. It's just that I just, get distracted, but I will. One is on Arabic, and I have got some videos ready on YouTube on Quranic Arabic from that course. I think only a few. But I have the Risala of Ibn Abi Zayd al-Qayrawani in expansive detail, which I think I've only uploaded a few classes from that. So, but I've got a lot of those classes left. I was thinking maybe doing something at some point, but I don't know. If I do, maybe I was just thinking of doing it restricted and just having it well recorded and uploaded to YouTube. I don't know. Let's see. There's always a lot going on. But you can always learn from other people, by the way. Don't feel that you can't. There's so much that people are teaching, alhamdulillah. Right, so sending love from Cape Town, all the way from Cape Town, people. Allahu Akbar. Right. Scorpio, you're doing it. Ahlan wa sahlan. Nora, shukran, as always. Right. King Farabri, shukran. And Claire, look at the regular folk, the community people. This is what it is. So it is interesting what brings together a set of people as a collective. It's interesting, I have to say, because today it's so different with this. I wonder what it will be like in the metaverse. Right, so Simone, Jamila, peace and greetings to all. Likewise, peace and greetings. Shamroz Khan, Mufti Saab, how are you? I am well. I'm fantastic. Lillahi alhamd. So Allah be praised. Haruna Rashid says, started using Duolingo to learn Arabic. That's amazing, man. I shared on my Insta story. Those of you that are not already following me on Instagram, you should do. That's the best way to put it, really. You should do. I do share. I'm quite active with my stories on there. And I do share things occasionally on my actual feed as well, like some short video or something. But on my stories, I'm always sharing humor, often funny stuff, and but then occasionally I'll share something valuable. I mean, I think humor is valuable, but I'll share like a lesson or a tip or something. And I said the other day that, look, people really need, if you're not already studying Arabic, then it's not about putting it on your list to do. It's about beginning it now, immediately. And I said, just start with 15 minutes a day of Arabic. And I said that, look, just use some apps, download these apps. There's so many. This isn't about a personal favorite. I'm just saying them arbitrarily. So Duolingo is one that came straight to mind. There's so many. There's you get programs, Rosetta Stone. You'll get, I'm not sure, there's this one, Busu or something, Busu, Busuu, I think. But there's a bunch of them. If you just look for Arabic teaching apps, they come right up. And I'm just trying to think. I've had so many in the past. I've had them for Spanish and different things, but they do Arabic as well. Now, if you want to enroll on a course, And if you want to enroll on a course, with whether it's going to be a sheikh, whether it's going to be something online, whether it's going to be with a college, sure, if you are up to that, then do it. If you're not, then here's just a very simple mechanism of using your phone, 15 minutes a day, getting on with it. So, yeah, so that's where we are, people. That's where we are. It's very straightforward. Okay. Wasim Ustad G. Ahlan wa sahlan. Ahlan wa sahlan. Yolanda, ahlan wa sahlan wa alaikum assalam. I always benefit greatly from these lessons. Shukran. Barakallahu feek. I appreciate your kind, supportive words. Looking forward to the Arabic course. Yeah. The Arabic course is already complete. So I don't know. I mean, I have several lessons of it, but I have to upload it. The problem is, it's one of these that back in the day when I delivered the course, the platforms were still medieval. So I used this back then, this platform WizIQ we used to use back then. This is going maybe 8 years ago or something. So we have the course, but we have it. You see, they allowed us, obviously we could download it, but only as an executable file, not as a video file. So, which is weird as hell, but back then this is how they did it. So the only way I can upload it now is I have to play it and kind of like screen record it, almost like I have to cast the screen to a, so it just makes it that bit more weird and awkward to do. So yeah, but I'll get round to it. So course on astronomy. Allahu Akbar. Astronomy is epic. That's just coming to understand the constellations, the stars out there. I'm not talking about things like astrology, which is different, like horoscopes. Assalamu alaikum from Connecticut, USA. Swatkas the Yaubus. All right, you're doing it. You're doing it. All right. Can we have more? Can you do more debates? No, I cannot. No. Answer is no. So, right. साथ कोई नाराजगी है? वसीम उस्ताद जी, क्या आप बात कर रहे हैं? शर्मिंदा कर रहे हैं आप। आपके साथ क्या नाराजगी हो सकती है? So, what is going on? So, right, okay. आशिक राह कुछ जोन इलिया हो जाए मुफ्ती जी। John Ilya. Wasim Hussein, shout out. Big shout out always, as always, to Ustad Wasim. People, epic person right there. May Allah bless him. Ameen. Right, so. Right, John Ilya, I don't know. I do have a little poem somewhere. I did print one out. You know, when sometimes I see these poems and I think, let me print one out and I'll read this. Right, so first and foremost, we'll get to that. This is what we're looking at today. So, Allahu Akbar. Your destiny awaits you, people. And I want us to understand this hadith, إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ وَإِنَّمَا لِكُلِّ امْرِئٍ مَّا نَوَىٰ. And what, you know, and another awesome quote on the side you can see there, that really ties in, gels and harmonizes with what we're going to be taking a look at today, that wherever you go with all your heart. Allah, Allah. This hadith, إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ, is something which we'll take a look at today as well. And I feel it ties in, depending on your perspective, with today's session and this concept of your destiny awaits you. and we'll speak a little bit about that. Nora, are you familiar with the TV show We Are Lady Parts? And if so, what do you think? I don't think I am. We Are Lady Parts. No, but I will check it out, or I'll try to check it out. So, what is going on? And shukran for the super chat, Nora. So, poem to banta hai yaar. So, let me just take a sip. Before we begin, a very simple question right there, but an important one. Abdul Basit, Mufti Abu Layth al-Maliki, will you be getting stuff? I think you mean to say Sidi, Iqbal on MindTrap. It's been a while. Hell yeah. Let's get Sidi Iqbal, Sheikh Sidi Iqbal on MindTrap. I'm going to try it. Hopefully, we can have a MindTrap, not with Sheikh Sidi Iqbal, but we've got a MindTrap hopefully tomorrow, if all goes well, with tomorrow on with Ustad Sharaqzadeh. All right, looking at two great mystic poets of Islam. I believe we're looking at Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi, and also Sheikh Sa'di al-Shirazi. I believe them too, so we'll find out more tomorrow when we get Ustad Sharaqzadeh on the podcast. Norris, it's about a punk rock group made up of Muslim women. Right, I think I have seen a trailer to it a while back. I haven't really watched it. But yeah. Right. So, does the name Iqbal have an Arabic origin? Of course it does. It's an Arabic word. Iqbal comes from the root verb aqbala yuqbilu. Iqbalan. Okay. Iqbal is to it's, I guess it means like an approaching, or yeah, an approaching, I guess. But it tends to be its root words. It's a derivative from the term qabila yaqbal. That's on the fourth form aqbala yuqbilu, but from the root form qabila yaqbal, to accept. Okay, and where you get nouns like qubul, accepting. Also, the term qibla comes from that same root. So yeah, but the name Iqbal tends to be quite a Desi name, even though the word is Arabic. So it's fascinating how names work out. So even though they could be Arabic, and but certain regions will gel well with a particular name. So in fact, I tell you what, let's take a minute and just say some words on that, because I remember discussing it with a few people, that it's interesting that, let's say, Desi people now, we have a subconscious proclivity to certain templates in Arabic over others. So, for example, fa'il, which is a template and is used for nouns and adjectives in Arabic, over fa'il. So, for example, the name Jamil, or the name Kareem, or the name, these kind of patterns of fa'il that you'll find, they are often preferred, and then naturally those that end with a ta marbuta are kept for the feminine. Okay, so that's a common thing in Desi kind of Muslims. So the name Wasim, as we've had Ustad Wasim, Salim, as Salim from the Ottomans, I guess. Well, who used to, somebody left a comment that Salim from the Ottomans would have an earring. I'm sure he did. Salim was also Jahangir, by the way, Akbar's son from the Mughals. And so now Salim, so all of these names that you are seeing, Aziz, on this pattern, Rahim, Naim, right? These names will be preferred over fa'il, over the template fa'il. So hence people will say, Desis will use the name Salim, they won't use the name Salim. Arabs will tend to use Salim over Salim. So Desis will use the name Samir because of the template fa'il, but won't use the name Samir, fa'il. Whereas Arabs would use Samir and not Samir. So it's interesting. One could also argue that maybe that this pattern may be of closer origin to the kind of Hindi Sanskriti kind of roots that maybe, or I don't know about Sanskriti, but at least the Indus roots may have a closer affiliation to these patterns. Like Samir is actually a Hindi name. So it makes sense. And people did this a lot, by the way. So what they would do, and this is reasonably, or it's commonly found within the Urdu language as well, that what they did is when they had words in Hindi, they would appropriate them with similar sounding words of Arabic Farsi origin. So like in names, for example, like Samir, which is a Hindi name. I think it means like a breeze or something. I learned that from a Salman Khan movie many years ago. But so in Arabic, so they would just use this name because it's an Arabic name to mean the same. Another good one is like is Waqas. You see, so in Hindi they have a name Viqas. They have the word Viqas, and so this is common as well, and it is used as a name. So this is most likely why Desis have used the name Waqas, because otherwise Waqas doesn't generally have a kind meaning to it. I know it's from Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, but that's because it was from his father before Islam. I mean, the name's not anti-Islamic, but it's a harsh. I think it means something like about breaking necks or like breaking, but like it's like a tyrant name. It's not something generally. It's like somebody's trying to show that I'm a tyrant. Like like it's like saying somebody who sheds blood and the butcher. Like these kind of names. Like a person wouldn't generally name themselves or their kids the butcher. So, but that was from pre-Islam. So Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, that's from his father's kunya. But Muslims generally in this part of the world, when it comes to the Indo-Pak, have kept those names because it has a similarity to other Hindi or Indus names or words that they are familiar with. And there's a lot of this, even in culture. It's fascinating, actually, so let me give you another example. Like, the Ganges and the Jamuna River, I'm pretty sure they would refer to it as the Yamna, and from the term Yumna and Yamna, or some would say Yumna as opposed to Jamna. And that's like the Arabic word for the right-hand side. And you get this in so many things, like let's say the ancient Hindus had this thing of jati, which is the caste system. And because the ja and the z are often kind of confused, so so the Muslims use the term zati from the Arabic zat, which is for with a dal, that, which means the essence, the dhatu shakhs, the essence or themselves, like we say dhatu, like himself, or dhatuha, herself. So they use this to substitute that word. And there's a lot of this, and it's fascinating that how people, because you also see it as a sign of confidence that people have in their kind of culture and stuff. And also, by extension, you see it in faith matters. So, and I've always found that fascinating that Muslims had that they felt it's not about, you see, putting aside judgment of right or wrong, but that they had the confidence to do something like that. So, for example, um, in the Indus or the Hindi or the Hindu tradition, they would refer to their Krishna, their god, as Kali Kamliwala. Now, people are not quite sure what that exactly meant. Kali Kamliwala. Some people say it's to do with his eyes. Some people say because Krishna was very dark skinned. Some people say it was to do with a kind of flower or something. And now what happened is Muslims appropriated that. So now in Urdu, when you say Kali Kamliwala, the one of the black Kamli, everybody thinks you're talking about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because they said that this is the term they're going to call the Prophet by. And now many Muslims, I'm telling you, have all heard of this in the qawali and in the songs, and they have no idea that it's actually, its origin was to do with Krishna. And even if you go on YouTube and you type it in for Krishna, you'll see the songs about Krishna and Kali Kamliwala. But the Muslims appropriated it and they said Kamli here meant blanket, and Kali Kamliwala, that he kept like a black, the Prophet ﷺ had a shawl. And some people said it meant like a mark, like a birthmark. And some people said it meant the eyes of the Prophet because they were like jet black, the kind of the blackness of them. So, but whatever the meaning, it's fascinating that this culture appropriated all these things, and to the extent that they monopolized them, that it became today just so common knowledge that when they say this, we're talking about the Prophet, although the term originally comes from a Hindu deity. But yet people will still question. I'm just saying that, and people are entitled to their opinions, but let's say now in the West, when people say things like, now that we live in this part of the world and we're born and raised here, this culture is our culture. There's no harm in appropriating things. There's no harm in, for example, holidays, in partaking in holidays if we don't see the religious significance, but we just see it as a holiday. But people will be very disturbed by this, thinking that we can't, this is kufr to have anything from another faith within our faith. But yet they'll probably have all these qawali, or they'll be listening to these words, and their parents will be listening to these words and saying them, and everybody is fine and does not realize. And I'm not criticizing these words, I'm just trying to show the dichotomy that we have. It's fascinating. So, okay. Somebody said song by Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, by many qawalis. Many qawali, yeah. Right. Okay. I missed a super chat. Seema, shukran. Much love for the super chat. Could you explain about older women removing their outer garments? How should that be interpreted in modern times? Younger women should wear a coat, abaya. Right. No, that's not what it means. Basically, the general understanding is that women, you see, now this is another fascinating discussion, is that the verses that speak of hijab, and I've got a detailed video on Surah Nur. If you watch that, I go through this and I explain it. That you see, the verses that speak of hijab and things like this will mention that those women who are qawa'id min an-nisa, and they will say those who are in their menopause, they have no need to observe hijab. Now that's fascinating because there's like, because it's a verse of the Quran, but then there's people are not quite sure what to do with it because they're thinking, I don't know, like, is this because the menopause is not actually, I mean, women could enter into their menopause, let's say, in their 40s, by mid 40s or something. Now, many scholars are then left not knowing where to stand with that. So some will say, well, yeah, I mean, the hijab then does not apply to them. And others will say, no, I think they still should, or maybe they should be, maybe qawa'id here does not mean menopause. It means then women who are like senile old, or so I think there is, you see, the concept of hijab is always a very touchy topic. And it has modern nuances to it that are inextricable. You can't really have the discussion of hijab today without understanding the dynamics of power relations, without understanding anthropology, without understanding psychology, social psychology, and without understanding modern history. I think you could have a discussion, but it would be a very malnourished discussion. It would not be healthy. It would not be complete. It would be incomplete at best. So you'd have to take into equation the whole dynamism of what's happened in the last 200 years. So even the word hijab has only emerged to represent this genre in the last 100 years or something. It's an old Arabic word. So the word hijab is in the Quran, but does not mean hijab in the Quran. What you think today, what people think, what they use the word hijab to mean today in modern standard Arabic is not what the word meant in Quranic Arabic. So today the word hijab means like a head covering, which in Quranic Arabic is called khimar, not hijab. And then today, by extension, hijab means is used as a kind of like a veiling for modesty, which in the past, Quranic Arabic, it may have been the word satar was used. So this word hijab, which when it's used in the Quran means a barrier. So in the past, in classical Arabic, the kind of prime minister of the king, of the caliph, was called a hajib, because he was like the barrier between people to the king. The eyebrows in Arabic are called a hajib, because they're kind of the barrier for like when sweat or whatever would pour down. So hijab in the classical Arabic sense, in the Quranic Arabic, means a barrier. It doesn't mean, it has nothing to do with clothes, but the word to do with clothes are more satar or khumar or khimar or these kind of words. But in the last 100 approximate years, the word hijab has been adopted as a reply to colonialism. So this is when I said you have to understand modern history, because colonialism, and then the question, why was it adopted? You have to understand here anthropology and sociology and psychologize what's going on in the minds of people, what catalyzes identity formation. So you have to have a grasp of that. And then you have to understand, as part of psychology, the kind of why the kind of neuroses that people are grappling with when they are forming and structuring this concept of hijab. So they are grappling um, with faith, but they're grappling with faith juxtaposed to a new phenomenon of modernity and um, and 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 this sense of being overpowered by might. So technological advancements, economical advancements. You're dealing with it. Like there is a lot going on here. And there's the essence of the scholars, their roles. For example, the power dynamics, the power relations in sustaining themselves. And I don't mean this in a greedy way, but just in an evolutionary way. You see, it is the survival instinct. So one must treat institutions, anything that's institutionalized must be treated from an evolutionary psychology perspective as an organism. And you come to understand the yearning of the organism to survive and the mimetic process that it has to undergo to do that. So part of that is responding to modernity and colonialism with something. You have to, whatever it is, and the shift from the internal to the outward in an attempt to hold on to something, you see, because the faith is being challenged. So a lot of these things are like very, and I think when people look at these discussions, they don't see all this that's going on. They think, oh, it's just this verse, but it's all going on. It's even going on in their heads. They probably just don't know it. So there's a lot. And then obviously, who does hijab, who doesn't do hijab, the slippery slope, what people feel, I don't know what to say. So it's tricky. I think there's just so much to unpack. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. You have to understand as well that in an attempt to, you see, in the face of existential crisis, you often find when it comes to religion with a capital R, like especially institutionalized religions, you will find in the face of existential crises a deep dig into fundamentalism in order to survive. And by fundamentalism, I mean they will try to grapple with certain things. And this often gives rise to Puritanist movements. And so this is what we saw in the 19th century across the board with Christianity, with Islam. You saw it with some elements of Judaism. But you will see that people dug deeper into this whenever this happens. And there's like a Hegelian dialectic at play. So there's like push-pull factors. And you saw it again in the 70s with, with certain, as the threat, the existential threat rose again. There was a deep dive once again into fundamentalism, and you had, like in the late 70s, the rise of the Ayatollah. You had the Kaaba being hijacked by Juhayman claiming to be the Mahdi. You had several religious political movements rise on the back of, you had the Mujahideen era, obviously funded by the CIA, but you had the rise of the Mujahideen era. This is all happening as push-pull factors. May Allah make things easy, and may Allah give us a deeper understanding of how complex human beings are and our societies are. Right. Did I miss a... Sometimes I get so carried away. All right. Shukran, Gold Globe. Much love for the super chat. Let me see where we're at. All right. Shukran. Rasul Frunku. Shukran, Yar. Much love. Mufti, much love from Australia. I would love to know if you can give insight into the validity of Mut'ah from the Sunni point of view today. I don't know if I could really go into that today, but I will briefly say I have got, I believe, some videos on it on YouTube. If you watch them, there has been research done. There's a very good book by a contemporary Maliki Sunni scholar from Morocco. Sheikh Dr. or Ustad Ibn al-Azraq al-Anjuri, and it's called Mut'ah قراءة جديدة في الفكر السني. And it's an amazing book, a very detailed study. And he has some lectures on YouTube, which you can watch as well. They are in Arabic. He has one debate with the Salafi scholar as well, Sheikh Fizazi. And it's definitely, although the debate is kind of okay, because as debates go, they're not often healthy, but it's still a good overview. So he is showing from Sunni thought that mut'ah is actually not haram. And that has been the opinion of certain other scholars in the past, including the great Maliki legend of the 20th century, Ibn Ashur, one of my indirect teachers through Sheikh Sidi Bukhubza. And so that's also his opinion, that it's based on need and not something that is categorically haram. And it was also the opinion of Ibn Taymiyyah's granddad, Majduddin Ibn Taymiyyah. And it has been the opinion of several Sunni authorities in very early Islam, beginning with the companions of the Prophet ﷺ, like Ibn Abbas, and some people challenge whether Ibn Abbas left the view or not. But it was the view of other Imran ibn Hussein radiallahu an, and a few other companions, and then some of the tabi'een. But then it becomes a political issue. Some people had claimed it was Imam Malik's view. Hence, the Hanafiya continue to, in all their books, write that it was Imam Malik's view, up until even in the Hidayah, they say, al-mut'ah is haram khilafan li Malik. And I've always been intrigued what made them, like they must have been, like people say, oh, they just didn't know the madhab of Imam Malik. I find that a hard sell, because I feel that there must have been certain voices that had reached them that were Maliki, that must have echoed that for them to believe it. It could, they say, it could just be ignorance. It could be, but I don't know. I find it much more than that, because I can see this this discussion in the background. So that's where it is. I hope that's a bit of an, and people, so today the majority of Sunni Muslims, majority of Sunni Muslims consider it haram. And there's a minority that consider it not haram. And I would say, look, it's one of those things that if you follow those ulama that say it's haram, then it's haram. If you don't, you don't. I don't think this is not something to fight over. This is not something to, and there's no need to be so, people, one of the things is people get very emotional with their arguments. Like they will say, well, if it's halal, would you let your mother do it? This is an absurd, and it's an argument from the heights of insecurity. Not everything that is in Islam is about your mother or your sister or your father. Don't make it about you. It's about Islam, and it's about what the scholars of Islam may disagree, like Sheikh Ibn Ashur. His tafsir on the Quran is in 30 volumes. He was deemed the Shaykh al-Islam of the 20th century. He's not a small figure. He's somebody loved by everyone, even the Salafis, or you can't name a sect except, or a denomination except, they have to respect him. And that's rare in Islam, that you get scholars that everybody kind of still admires. I'm telling you, it's very rare, especially in recent times. So you could get great scholars, but one denomination will hail him and another one will say, oh no, he was a jahil. So you could and some people will say he was this, this person was that. And so so you could take you could take the world today, pick a scholar, and somebody will call him a jahil and somebody will call him Shaykh al-Islam. But he is one of those figures that everybody, for the most part, they respect, regardless of them not agreeing with him. Like, he has this position of awe. It's a bit like Shah Waliullah Dahlawi, from the Indian subcontinent. It doesn't matter if you're Brelvi, Deobandi, Ahl Hadith, or whatever. Everybody rates Shah Waliullah Dahlawi. It's like, how did that happen? But it did. So you get that sometimes. You get people who everybody just has this respect for, even if they don't agree with them. So he is like that, and he's a huge figure. It's not just a... So, and I'm not saying, people could say, look, and maybe he got it wrong, and that's fine. You don't have to believe it. It's not your view. This is a view, and you have the other view. So if you subscribe to the view that something is haram, then you should not be doing that because you believe it's haram. Okay. And people say, well, by showing ikhtilaf, you could lead people astray. But ikhtilaf in Islam is a mercy. The schools of fiqh all disagree. What do you want to do? Throw away the madhabs of Islam? Even on this. So, for example, even on Mut'ah Qadim and Zufar from the Hanafi madhab, what was his opinion? One could argue it's still very similar. What about the ruling in Islam that you could marry a woman by deceiving her, that you just in your mind are thinking this is a temporary thing, but you're not telling her. So once you've married her and after the weekend or after whatever, you decide to just say talaq. The madhabs, the Sunni schools, for the most part, consider that halal. And to me, that would be haram. And to other ulama, that would be haram. Because you're deceiving. You're conning a person, and you're obviously shattering their trust and faith. So that is dhulm. But yet Ibn Abdul Bar, Imam Nawawi, all these people write on it. They say there's nothing wrong. That's halal. It's not. They'll say that they may say it's not. We don't like it. Some of them might say, okay, we don't like it, but it's not haram. They'll make it clear that it's not haram. Ibn Abdul Bar has a whole section on it. So this thing, which today people may call nikah al-misyar, or some people call it whatever, but or the classical word for it is nikah bi niyat al-talaq. This is in the classical fiqh books if you want to search it. You see, so Sunni Islam is made up of loads of different schools of thought. You have the Hanbalis, the Shafi'is, the Malikis, the Hanafis, and each of these schools has sub-schools. So to say that, we don't want differences in Islam, you don't know Islam, unfortunately, because Islam celebrates. I mean, it's a beautiful diversity. It's a strength of Islam that people within it have so many opinions. And and that leads to a discussion on it's an interesting discussion, that is the truth one or is the truth multiple? You see, so when we disagree, so for example, let's say this is a good case study, and let's say mut'ah, is it halal or haram? Or somebody could say something else, is that salah valid or invalid? Or so this is what they call ijtihad. A person has to. So is it that one person is right, but the other person also gets rewarded because, he tried his best? So that's okay. Many people hold that view, that the truth is only one. But many people also hold the view that there are multiplicity of truths according to God. So they say, halil haqqu yata'addad amil haqqu wahid. Wa hal kullu mujtahidin musib. If you even a quick Google search will bring up the ikhtilaf. So people like Imam Nawawi, you'll get people that will write that the muhaqqiqeen are on that madhab, that there are multiplicity of truths according to God. So they say, and this is like Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, Imam Ghazali's view. This is Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari's view. That's why Ibn Rushd says in his Muqaddamat. This is Abu Bakr al-Baqalani claims that's Imam Malik's view. People present the other view for Imam Malik's view as well. You'll have Abu Bakr ibn Arabi. He clearly advocates that there's multiplicity of truths. He says that there is no one truth according to God, that these things are all true. Now, the problem with that is then it kind of collapses, and Shawkani has a huge discussion on it as well. But it gets complicated for people, you see, because people, they don't know where to put that then, because then they think, oh my God, where does this stop? Because is it just multiplicity all the way down then? Or is it just in these issues? And then you'll get great scholars and mystics of Islam like Muhyiddin ibn Arabi, who one would argue seems to be inclined that way because of how he interprets the Quran. It seems to be that he's inclined towards, although he is very firm on his Islam, but he also has this understanding that there are I suppose one would not say multiplicity of truths, but one would say it is the same truth manifested in a different manner. So it gets confusing for people. I get that. So what I would say is that, look, approaching these things, you are one of two people. You are either somebody that can handle academic depth, or you're not of that. That's not the kind of cloth you're cut from. In which case, and that may be most people, I would say, look, just leave these discussions aside. They don't matter for you. Okay, you just follow what your local imam tells you. So whoever your local imam is, whatever he says, you just go according to that, and that's fine. And you don't need to worry about all these debates and discussions in Islam. But don't go around condemning people. Just practice your Islam according to you. But don't tell other people off, because they also are following their local imams and these ulama, who are also great ulama of Islam. Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari, I mean, is, the father of Sunni school today, of Ahl Sunnah, is Ash'ari school. So that's his view. Imam Ghazali, huge imam. Abu Bakr ibn Arabi, huge imam. Al-Baqalani, one of the legends of Sunni Islam today. I mean, these are huge people. So what I would say is that don't criticize people. Have your faith, and you just practice. And the main thing is your connection with God. You see, if Islam is not making you a better human being, then something is wrong. Something is missing. You need to examine that. You need to think that, Yar, what's going on here? If Islam is making you angry and bitter, and then this is not Allah's kalam will never make somebody angry and bitter and hateful, and that's your nafs. It's never the Quran. So you're not, you need to wash that negativity out and reread the kalam of Allah. May Allah give us all tawfiq. Let's move on. Right now, love you too, Fahad. Love you with all my heart. Kya baat hai yaar. How do you rate Ibn Taymiyyah's critique of using reason in faith in his Dar? Some people described it as very Kantian. Much love. Sure, that's a very profound question. I wouldn't really do it justice in giving it an overview here. Obviously, he wrote, it's in many volumes. He's writing his kind of refutation of you see, it's interesting because I don't think Ibn Taymiyyah was against reason. He gets portrayed as though he's against reason. He was actually very pro-reason, but he had another side to him which gets more highlighted, unfortunately. That's my thoughts. But yeah. Get Raza Aslan on MindTrap. Sure, I mean, if you're in touch with him, have a word with him, and it would be epic. Yet it's a choice, though. There's nothing right or wrong. It's beautiful. It depends where in the world you live to. Absolutely, absolutely. Muhammad ibn Ahmed, shukran, much love for the super chat. Dearly appreciated. Let's take a look at today's some verses of the Quran. Let me just bring this up, because I know when I get talking, I get carried away. People, Bismillah, own your destiny. This is such an important theme. Look, everybody is fighting a difficult battle. Everybody in their own way. One can never disparage the path of another. Okay. But amidst that path, people may find, may have to walk over thorns, may have to jump over hurdles, all kinds of struggles. As the poet says, that इन्हीं पत्थरों पर चलकर आ सको तो आओ, मेरे घर के रास्ते में कोई कहकशा नहीं. That he says that, this, if you want to, he's saying, well, if you want to come to my abode, then you see this kind of stone riddled path, then that's the path you have to take. That there is no, like what he's trying to say, there is no moonlit pathway that leads you to this abode, that there is struggle. And often amidst the struggle, people, because we can't see what's ahead, it is natural to waver, to second, to kind of question that I don't think I can do it, to doubt, to fall victim to the naysayers. This happens. In light of that, and anybody and everybody can find themselves in such positions. I want to take a look at 3 verses, first of all from Ali Imran, from Surah Muhammad, and also from Surah Hadid. That A'udhu Billahi Minash Shaitanir Rajim, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. That you have this verse, and I want us to understand by extension the meanings we can also take as well. So, وَلَا تَهِنُوا وَلَا تَحْزَنُوا وَأَنْتُمُ الْأَعْلَوْنَ إِن كُنْتُم مُؤْمِنِينَ. Now, this may, in its context, be speaking about people in all kinds of struggle, maybe back then, maybe in some of the battles, maybe in some of the other things, in just day-to-day life. But today, this comes to comfort us, this verse, in every challenge that you are facing. Now, check this out. وَلَا تَهِنُوا. Allah says that do not become weak. Don't become weak. وَلَا تَحْزَنُوا. Do not be sad. أَنْتُمُ الْأَعْلَوْنَ. You will prevail. You will overcome. You will gain the upper hand. Al-A'la is the one on top, the one who prevails, the one who makes it. Antum al-a'lawna. It is you. But is there a condition? Does it come with a caveat? Allah says, in kuntum mu'minin. If you have the faith. See, if you have that, if you decide that, look, all this is happening, but I'm going to own it. I'm going to take control, however that may be, whatever your challenge is. People have, may Allah make it easy for everyone, but people have all kinds of challenges. Sometimes a person may have to put themselves in such a position that, or in such an equation, what I would call the Tariq bin Ziyad method, that where they just burn the ships. What a tragic thing to do as they embark on the Iberian Peninsula, which is modern day Spain and Portugal. So feeling outnumbered, feeling the courage and the determination of his men waver, he did the unthinkable. He burnt the ships. You think, why on earth would you do that? You've set this impending doom. It's a ticking time bomb. It is just a countdown to death. That's all it is. That's what the people are thinking. And then he tells them that, well, there is a way out, but it's through that you see in front of you. See you on the other side. Allah. And this mentality, this Tariq bin Ziyad method, at times in life, metaphorically, to burn the ships, that you set your eyes on a goal and you lock in. You think that I'm going to get this done. Doesn't matter. And you see the same theme of the verse being repeated in Surah Muhammad, verse 35, that فَلَا تَهِنُوا, and here, that do not fall weak, do not waver, وَتَدْعُوا إِلَى السَّلْمِ, that you end up calling to a truce. And this in Surah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, speaking about speaking about Hudaybiyah, speaking about the Fatah Makkah and other incidents, but by extension, what about by extension for us, that calling to a truce when it comes to the challenges? It doesn't have to just be that a person may sell themselves short in something. They call to a truce, whereas they could have attained, they could have reached for the heavens. Allahu Akbar. But they just compromised. وَتَدْعُونَ إِلَى السَّلْمِ وَأَنْتُمُ الْأَعْلَوْنَ, that you would have had that greatness. You would have had the upper hand. You would have had success and greatness of epic proportions. Wallahu ma'akum. And this is such an amazing. See, after Allah says that, see, a person, they are in their struggle in life. It could be something work related. It could be health related. It could be family related. It could be setting out on a venture, but a person, they've taken that Tariq bin Ziyad method and burnt the ships, and it's kind of all out. So what do I do now? What does a person feel in that situation? They are being reminded, don't fall weak. They're feeling weak, but don't. They're being told, stay strong, own your destiny. But in those moments, what do you find yourself? You find yourself alone. Allah follows it by saying, Wallahu ma'akum. Allah is with you. That kahe ko ghabarate ho? What is the fear about? God is with you. You don't see anybody to the left or the right, but God is with you. وَهُوَ مَعَكُمْ. That go with all your heart. And it is in these circumstances that people achieve. And Allah says, وَلَن يَتِرَكُمْ أَعْمَالَكُمْ. Allah will not allow for your actions, for these efforts, for these endeavors to go to waste. Allah won't allow it. But the question is, will you allow it? You see, you have to, it begins in here, you have to own your own destiny. And then set that foot forward. Wallahu ma'akum. Allah is with you. And success will unfold before you. But it is a leap of faith. And this is why Allah says in the verse, Ali Imran, in kuntum mu'min. If there is a caveat that you have faith, that if you believe, because this is a belief, but it is the power of belief, people. Allah. It is the power of belief. And you've got, in line with these verses, a verse from, you've got, let me just pause that, Surah Hadith. Once again, in a similar theme, Allah reminding you, وَهُوَ مَعَكُمْ أَيْنَمَا كُنْتُمْ. Because a person, I might think, you know what, I'm feeling lonely, but I'm reminded Allah is saying He's with me. So I muster the courage. I set foot forward and I embark on whatever it is that I'm about to do. But sometimes when you get there, as things start moving forward, maybe you've quit everything and you've started one endeavor, one startup, one little business that you've risked everything on, a relationship, a health issue, something that you've gone all out. But once you get there, then you're thinking, yeah, I felt Allah was with me there, but what about now? This verse comes straight, Surah Hadith, and in a verse to do with iron, in a surah that is named after iron. وَهُوَ مَعَكُمْ أَيْنَمَا كُنْتُمْ. Not just there, Allah is with you wherever you go and be. وَاللَّهُ بِمَا تَعْمَلُونَ بَصِيرٌ. You think nobody watches these efforts of yours? You think it goes in vain? People may not see your struggle. People may only see the glory. They may not see the kind of the sweat. They may not see all the failure that you had to go through to arrive at that. Wallahu bima ta'maluna basir. Allah sees it. It is enough to know that God sees it. It brings it back into your consciousness. Because all of us feel that there is this sense of being watched. And we'll speak a bit about this in a moment. I want to speak about the glance of attention and consciousness. But here in these verses, Wallahu bima ta'maluna basir. So as a reminder that no matter what we're facing, own it. Okay. And it doesn't mean this hadith, I want to bring this here, innamal a'malu binniyat. It doesn't mean, by the way, owning your destiny it doesn't have to mean that, it doesn't even have to signify glory. It doesn't have to signify some kind of triumph. It's internal. It begins there. You own it. See, in life, upon occasion, things may happen or things will happen to certain people that may not be good, that may not be good for them or good to them. Better still, shall we say. Somebody could be afflicted with a terrible illness, terrible disease. Somebody could lose someone, they die. Somebody could fail miserably. Not every success is a triumphant success. You can still own your tragedy. And there is a beauty in that. You see, because, and this is the part that people miss. People understand owning success, owning, triumph, but they can equally own tragedy. They can equally own the chapter of life that they are in. That, Tiga, it's happened. It is what it is. And in that, there is a peace. There is a contentment. Wallahu ma'akum. And Allah is with you. Wa antumul a'lam. See. May Allah grant ease to anybody that is suffering or facing any challenge. But I feel these reminders are incredibly important. I'll take a look at 1-2 of the comments, and then I want to share a bit of this hadith, and I will I'm just trying to read these. Right, what is the school? The Omicron situation? I've got no idea. Right, so shukran, Lanzetta, Alama, alright, Mark, alright. I will share the link shortly and people can come on as well. Yeah. So it's about owning. That's the theme, people. Yeah. Did I read the poem today? I don't think I read it. Let me share the poem. I saw this poem and I thought, wow, this is by Gulzar. And it's written in somewhat of a kind of like an open style, but still with clearly draped in a poetic manner. He says, "E Umar," that he's addressing not a person called Umar, but life. Umar means life in Arabic as well, and Urdu as well. "E Umar, kuch kaha maine, par shayad tune suna nahi." That life, I said something, but perhaps you didn't hear me. "Tu cheen sakti hai bachpan mera, par bachpana nahi." That you can snatch my childhood, you can rob me of my childhood, but not of my childlike, joyful heart. You can't take that. हर बात का कोई जवाब नहीं होता, हर इश्क का नाम खराब नहीं होता. That not every word or statement requires an answer. Not every love is one of ruin. यूं तो झूम लेते हैं नशे में पीने वाले, मगर हर नशे का नाम शराब नहीं होता. He says that it is true you see many people swerving whilst intoxicated, but not every intoxication is from alcohol. खामोश चेहरे पर हजारों पहरे होते हैं, हस्ती आंखों में भी जख्म गहरे होते हैं. That the silent faces that you see have thousands of layers and masks over them. That even in the laughing eyes, there are deep, profound wounds to be found. जिनसे अक्सर रूठ जाते हैं हम, असल में उनसे ही रिश्ते गहरे होते हैं. That those who we find ourselves falling apart, falling out with, it is often those people with whom we have a deep bond or a relationship. किसी ने खुदा से दुआ मांगी, दुआ में अपनी मौत मांगी. खुदा ने कहा मौत तो तुझे दे दूं मगर उसे क्या कहूं जिसे तेरी जिंदगी की दुआ मांगी. Wow. He says somebody made a dua to God. In that dua, they asked for their own death. Wow, just the conjuring the image of someone in such despair that they pray to God for their death. खुदा ने कहा मौत तो तुझे दे दूं मगर. God said, I would grant you death. I would give you your wish. उसे क्या कहूं जिसे तेरी जिंदगी की दुआ मांगी. But what reply do I give to that person who is praying that you have a long life? Allah, the profundity, हर इंसान का दिल बुरा नहीं होता, हर एक इंसान बुरा नहीं होता. बुझ जाते हैं दिए कभी तेल की कमी से, हर बार कसूर हवा का नहीं होता. Wow. Gulzar Sahab, seriously, kya baat hai yaar. He said, हर इंसान का दिल बुरा नहीं होता. Not every human has a bad heart. Not every human is bad. And he gives the metaphor of an oil lamp. He says some oil lamps, the flame dies because of a lack of oil in them. It is not always the fault of the wind that people blame. Really profound, honestly. You couldn't. ए उमर कुछ कहा मैंने पर शायद तूने सुना नहीं. तू छीन सकती है बचपन मेरा पर बचपना नहीं. हर बात का कोई जवाब नहीं होता. हर इश्क का नाम खराब नहीं होता. यूं तो झूम लेते हैं नशे में पीने वाले, मगर हर नशे का नाम शराब नहीं होता. खामोश चेहरे पर हजारों पहरे होते हैं, हस्ती आंखों में भी जख्म गहरे होते हैं. जिनसे अक्सर रूठ जाते हैं हम, असल में उनसे ही रिश्ते गहरे होते हैं. किसी ने खुदा से दुआ मांगी, दुआ में अपनी मौत मांगी. खुदा ने कहा मौत तो तुझे दे दूं मगर उसे क्या कहूं जिसे तेरी जिंदगी की दुआ मांगी. हर इंसान का दिल बुरा नहीं होता, हर एक इंसान बुरा नहीं होता. बुझ जाते हैं दिए कभी तेल की कमी से, हर बार कसूर हवा का नहीं होता. Allah, Allah. So profound, honestly. Wow. You know, I read that the other day and I thought I have to share this. Seriously, I was reading it and I was overcome. I was overwhelmed by the emotion that it just conveyed. Wow. But yeah, this poem, I think it just goes by the first line that "E Umar kuch kaha maine." and it's by Gulzar. There is no death, there is only the force. Allah, Allah. Death is but just a doorway that one passes through. They say that that's a poem that Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu would say, that al-mawtu babun kullu nasi dakhilu, that it is a doorway, a portal through which mankind passes. I normally ignore the poems. Kya yaar? Poems se to maza aata hai. This is where it's all at. Let's take a look at some. Let's look at some history, shall we? What say you? Yeah, right. I'll just bring that up. Allah, Allah. What a poem to come upon. Ya Salam, a poem on life by Firaq Gorakhpuri. Maut ka bhi ilaj ho shayad, zindagi ka koi ilaj nahi. Allah, Allah. That is epic, huh? Firaq, what a guy, huh? He says that maybe there is a cure to death, but life, there is no cure to life. Allah. What a guy, huh? But that's just a bonus, just came up. I wasn't expecting that. This is what I want to talk about, people. Moulay, Ismail, and the army of Bukhari. What are we talking about? What is this? So you can take a look right there. You've got the map. You've got a few. Now, let me just. And on the left-hand side, we've got a picture of Suleiman al-Qanuni, because he is also somebody that emerges in the story. And then Moulay Ismail again, that's the city of Maknas, the flag of the Sa'diyin, and a map of the kingdom under Moulay Ismail, and how far it managed to advance. So, what is this all about? Who were the army of Bukhari? What do they have to do with Sahih Bukhari? And what has Moulay Ismail got to do with all of this? And what do the Turks have to do with it? Allah, Allah. Interesting, people, interesting. For this, we have to time travel. Allah. And people say I don't take them on journeys. I don't take them on trips. I don't do a trip sitting. Trip setting. Right? So I'm taking you on a trip through time itself. Allahu Akbar. Going back to the 17th century, people. Right. So this is a fascinating era, by the way. This is the era which they call in Europe the kind of the rise of enlightenment. People will say it's the era of Descartes, of Spinoza, of Leibniz. That's what's going on. You could shift right to the east. It's the era of great opulence under the Mughals. It's when Shah Jahan has built the Taj Mahal, Allahu Akbar, for his beloved Mumtaz. And you've got all of that going on. Muslims are at their height. You've got in Europe, Enlightenment is kind of once again is emerging its head. They're hearing stories of the East. They're hearing of the great peacock throne indeed, people, and they're getting curious. You're having the kind of the companies are being also set up that are setting off and trying to become independent investment entities, and we spoke about that in our podcast on money, and you can watch that. It's on YouTube. And what's happening in Northwest Africa is you have the kingdom of the Sa'adiyin. Okay, so just pause there. All of this is going on. Let's backtrack a bit further. Another step. Allah. Let's go slightly back into the 16th century. There you have on the left-hand side, top left-hand corner, that is Suleiman al-Qanuni, the great Ottoman Solomon the Magnificent. Ottoman Empire is at it's already reached its peak. They are ruling over several parts. They are Eastern Europe, Central Asia, Middle East, Northeast Africa, and they want to expand their kingdom further. So they set their eyes on Northwest Africa, Al-Maghrib, today often synonymous with Morocco, but that whole region, not just modern-day Morocco, it would be modern-day Tunis, Algeria, Morocco, Mauritania, that whole, the Maghrib al-Arabi. They set their eyes on it. They're like, Yar, Hoja, Hoja. And you see, people, there's, in the past, or not even just the past, whenever we study histories, there is not really it's difficult understanding rights and wrongs. Everything's just muddled up. No one person often is the epitome of good or the epitome of bad. There's always mixed emotions about them. Look how great the Ottomans were. One could say that the kind of heights of success that they reached. But truly, to the other, people may admire them, but they don't want them ruling them. It's like, imagine people want their autonomy. They don't want to be controlled, and especially by foreigners. It doesn't matter, even if they're Muslim. If I said to you that, your household from now on will meet this person, Mr. Abdullah. He from tomorrow will tell you how to run your house. You'd be like, what? I say, but don't worry, he's Muslim. And be like, that's irrelevant whether he's Muslim or not. People are not comfortable, understandably so, with being annexed to a particular empire. So anyway, the Ottomans have invaded. They invade Tunis. They secure some territory. They want to expand further west, go into Morocco. They take control of parts of Algeria. Some places in in the Maghrib start affiliating themselves with the Ottomans. So you get some places, especially from the Bani al-Wattas, the Wattas dynasty. Some of them, they start in their Jummah khutbahs saying Suleiman al-Qanuni, his name. So whilst this is happening, you have somebody known as Abu Abdullah al-Sheikh. Okay. Now, Abu Abdullah al-Sheikh is from the Sa'diyin. He's from this ruling thing. He says, I've had enough. This is not happening. Are Turks. And he said these Turks are a fitna. They don't belong in this part of the world. As in, you see, this is not about racism. This is about they don't belong as rulers in this part of the world, not as tourists. He didn't have a problem with the Turkish ethnicity, but he said that this is not Turkey, or this is not their territory. That what are they doing trying to rule Northwest Africa? So, and you have to remember the Sa'diyin had a dynasty of their own. So he sets up this, he rallies an army, and they go and have a face-off with the Turks. Suleiman al-Qanuni sends his army, and something which Suleiman was magnificent for was his naval endeavors and enterprises. So his navy was quite spectacular. So they send the boats, and they come and they kind of embark in these ships, and you've got these armies that have come to fight, stand off against Abu Abdullah al-Sheikh al-Sa'di. And he proves to be an admirable adversary, far beyond the expectation of the Ottomans. There's a great battle that takes place, I believe, Wadi al-Laban, but they defeat the Ottomans. So the Ottomans are like, whoa, abaya, who's this? A new kid on the block. So what happens is they do another attempt. If at first you don't succeed, don't worry, man. They have their element of tawakkul. Each side has tawakkul ala Allah. But you see, so they send these reinforcements. They think, you know what, we're going to have a spectacular standoff, showdown. It's going down, people. And the Ottomans had huge resources. You know, it was something which you couldn't question their power. They come once again. Abu Abdullah al-Sheikh, he kind of rallies a cry. He has all these people, these tribes that kind of always affiliate themselves with him. True kind of rated as a warrior of his age. He goes, he not only faces them, but they crush the Ottomans. And these guys take over, they take back all of that part of the Maghrib. They take it under their control. The Ottomans have to flee. They've got no choice. They're out of there, gone. So, right now, what to do, man? What to do? Huh? So what happens is Suleiman al-Qanuni and Solomon the Magnificent, in his own right, he has spectacular, efforts and accomplishments and feat that he has achieved in his lifetime, including even from the Islamic perspective. He had introduced, this is why they called him Qanuni. He had done ijtihad with the hudud as well, that the punishments change with the day and age. So he had changed them in accordance to Hanafi fiqh in his day and age. Obviously, later on, maybe the Hanafis disowned that element. But so Suleiman al-Qanuni writes again to Abu Abdullah al-Sheikh saying, look, you have to accept me. Says, that's enough, behave. Right. So Abu Abdullah al-Sheikh, he says, look, his reply, check his reply out. Style. He was a man of few words. He says, he writes to whoever he's writing back, he has to send the message back. He says, and he never used to call him the king and whatever. And often he wouldn't even call him, people would say Suleiman al-Qanuni or Suleiman al-Qawanin. He would call him Sultan al-Qawarib. Qarib is like a boat, a small boat. And he would call him Sultan, the Sultan of the boats. That's what he'd call him. He said in his message, tell Sultan al-Qawarib that I won't write a reply to him. I will come to Egypt, and when there, I will voice my reply to the Sultan of the boats, and he can see it in person. Kya style hai yaar. Oh, the clash of the titans. Kya baat hai yaar? Confidence, super confidence. So on one hand, you've got Sulaiman al-Qanuni been battered, been chucked out, still writing a letter saying, you know what? So you're going to accept me as king. Confidence level, huh? And then Abu Abdullah Sheikh Sa'di, he says, write your reply. Why write your reply when I can come to Egypt, take over Egypt, and tell you my reply in person? This is the there's that scene in Andaz Apna Apna where Amir Khan and Salman Khan are on the couch and they're blagging to each other. Saying, says, Acha. He says, where did you get that cap from? He's like, I got it from Paris. I got it from Acha. Maybe Penku, ye bhi Penku. Says, I blag and he's a blagger as well. So no, but these guys were, to be fair, these were people of, whether they had egos, but they were people of accomplishment. They weren't just kind of hot air. So what happens is Sulaiman al-Qanuni, he was a wise man as well. And he thinks, yaar, not always might is right. This one. See, it's not always strategic. Sometimes you try force and force doesn't always work. You need to be skillful, yaar. So he takes advice from people. What say ye? Or what say you to his counsel? They say to him that, yaar, there's no point fighting him. This guy's a legend in his own. And it doesn't matter what army we take to that part of the world, those people and those tribes are their people. So even if we take 50,000 people, you've got, they live in millions. So we can't outfight them in that part of the world, in Morocco. He says that in such circumstances, when you can't outfight the person, you sneakily attack them, man. You have to resort to sneak attacks. He says, have him assassinated. Kya baat hai? Of course. Whenever in doubt, assassinate. So he says, yeah, point ki baat hai. We should assassinate him. So what he does is he sends 12 people, 12 Turks, and he sets them a high price, and they're like assassins. So they plot, they turn up to they eventually arrive to the Sa'dian kingdom, and they seek refuge, asylum. They say, we are seeking refuge. We've fled the Ottomans. Like, we're kind of renegades, and we've had obviously issues. We've kind of defected, and we seek refuge from the king. So Abu Abdullah Sheikh, he says, cool. He says, bring them in. So he brings them in. And these guys are people that have that charm to them, that style. And no sooner had he kind of met them, he took a liking to them. They were kind of like, yeah, man, guy's guy kind of thing. So he starts liking them, and they come to him often, and they kiss his hand always, and they always do the our Sultan, our Sheikh, Gio Hazaro Sal, Labbaik wa Sa'dik. So he thinks, yeah, I like these guys. So he gives them swords, and he gives them weapons, and gives them a horse, and he gives them, he starts, I'm a king after all, take. So what happens is, because they start frequenting his chambers, one of the nights when they go to kind of just chill, the guards are not there. They assassinate Abu Abdullah Sheikh. Obviously, that they are assassins, trained assassins. They assassinate him, and they not only assassinate him, decapitate him. Bloody hell, talk about getting graphic. And then steal his head. Ya salam. Yeah. Toba. Right? So, and they take it back. They sneak out under the darkness of the night and make their way back to Constantinople, where Sulaiman al-Qanuni is. And there they present his head on a platter to Sulaiman al-Qanuni, who rewards them with thousands of gold pieces, and then has his head hung on the Constantinople tower as a sign of his own power and authority. Kya baat hai, huh? Kya baat hai? See, we often forget that the real reason to rule is to serve people, Allah, but we become these demigods in and of ourselves. This is the ego. So whilst that's happening, people, they obviously realize Abu Abdullah Sheikh has been assassinated. They place his son in charge, whose name is Abdullah. They call him Abu Muhammad al-Ghalib. Ghalib here from पूछते हैं वो कि Ghalib कौन है? कोई बतलाओ कि हम बतलाएं क्या? They ask that, who is Ghalib? This is Ghalib people, Abu Muhammad al-Ghalib. So what happened? Sulaiman al-Qanuni, let me just bring up the charming fella right there. As you can see, the top left, major one, they had those huge turbans. That was the kind of Ottoman style. He thinks now it will be a piece of cake to conquer the Maghrib. He sends his naval forces. They go, the navy land, thousands of troops. They are surprised to find, they're not surprised to find a replacement. They expected that. But they're surprised to find that, like father, like son. Abu Muhammad al-Ghalib was a legend of a leader. And he was somebody that not only people rallied around, but he was in his own right. And these, because you see, the Maghrib, a lot of people there, especially these people, they had come from kind of like Berber origins and that kind of very rough desert kind of lifestyle. And they were very rough and tough people. So Abu Muhammad al-Ghalib, they not only stand their ground, but they vanquish and decimate the Ottoman army, and embarrassingly. So what happens is the Ottomans retreat with great shame. They go back, and at this point, Sulaiman al-Qanuni finally realizes that I need to own my destiny and realize that that is not going to happen. I'm not going to conquer that. So he finally lets go of this vision that let's conquer the Maghrib. So the Maghrib is now flourishing in its own way. And the Sa'diyin continue. They have their kings. And so this was, we had to go to the prequel to set the stage, people. Setting the stage. Now you fast forward slightly. There is a new king. He emerges here. His name is Ismail ibn Sharif. He is known to many as Moulay or Moulay. They call him Moulay Ismail. That's how he's famous as. He emerges as a young man in his mid-20s. He becomes king. Very strategic person. During his time, Europe have started making some attacks on northern Maghrib. So Britain has taken over certain parts. Spain have taken over certain parts. So cities like, or towns like Tangiers had been taken over, Araish had been taken over, Asila had been taken over, a few different places have already been, they're under Spanish and British control. So he rises, Moulay Ismail. He thinks, you know what? We need to rise in strength. So one of the things he does is he was very familiar with the town of Maknas, which is a neighboring town to Fez. It's a twin kind of city. But he realizes that the people of Fez don't seem to like him that much. And he knew Maknas pretty well. So he moves his capital to Maknas. Once again, it's in the north. You can see the northern threat from the Europeans. So he thinks, I need to work on an army So he starts getting certain tribes and trying to rally a cry, but he realizes it's not working. Here he finds his inspiration in who? People, in you got it. In the old enemies, the Turks, the Ottomans. You see, the Ottomans were incredibly successful in their own way. He realizes the Ottomans had something known as what in English they call the Janissaries or the Janissaries, and in Arabic is called the Inkishariya. They had a special military force that was dedicated to the Sultan. And this military, it was made up of slaves. And they had it for centuries. In fact, it becomes a nightmare for them. But so their army were all slaves that they had bought and that were just dedicated to the crown. The crown is your father, the crown is your world, the crown is your everything. You live and die for the crown. So he thinks, yeah, I like it, man. I like it, the philosophy, So he says, I like this. He says, yeah, mujhe bhi inkishariya chahiye. I want an inkishariya. But how can I get one? So what he does is he starts buying a bunch of slaves. He gets slaves, he gets different things, he puts them together, but they're not enough. It's not like a solid, massive army. So he realizes, okay, first of all, he says that let me incentivize people to sell their slaves to me. So people sell slaves, he starts training them, he starts setting up certain military academies. And he himself obviously was from a long chain of kind of warriors. And so he starts to kind of battle, and he sets his eyes on the Europeans first. He thinks, right, we need two things. We need to secure our territory against the Ottomans, and we need to get rid of the Europeans. So he marches and he gets into these bloody battles with the Europeans, and he allies himself with France against the British and the Spanish. And he manages to successfully remove the Spanish and the British. So people are kind of liking him. What he realized at the same time is that I can't have any uprisings from my own people who will take me over. So I have to learn from my lessons. Okay, this one, own your destiny. So what he does is he de-weaponizes the Maghrib. He says people are not allowed to own weapons anymore unless you belong to the army, which is his army. He does make an exception for a few select tribes of the Reef in the countryside where the kind of Berber Arabs were. And he does that for a reason, because one, they're so strongly loyal to him, but two, as to ward off the threat from neighboring territories. So they always have weapons. But the people of the Maghrib, he demilitarizes them, de-arms them. You're not allowed to bear arms or have swords and stuff like this. So he says that people have to give this up. During this time, he's also setting up, just to give you a little flavor about him, he's setting up his royalties. He is one, in addition to military, having an eye for military accomplishments, he also has an eye for the finer sex, shall we say. He naturally takes as many wives as he can, but he has he's a connoisseur, one might say, for the concubines. And he has hundreds and hundreds, some say a minimum 500 concubines he blesses his harem with. He says, Yar, what kind of a king am I if I don't have a harem? We have to deal with priorities first. And they say from most of his concubines, he has children. So he had over 1,000 children. And he was somebody that he absolutely loved women in that sense. One could say in that sense. So if he had an opportunity to add to his his collection. It is no time to waste, this one must be very dutiful. So he, like, if people would often, he, like, a good gift for him, if you're going to see him, would be to offer him a slave girl, concubine. This one, this one, I like it. This thinking, this guy. So that's how he often was. And what's interesting is, in recent times, some European, there's been some European research, I believe it was from Vienna, some Viennese university, I believe, or a research team analyzed that how much truth was there looking at the DNA structure, that could it be possible that he actually birthed over 1,000 children. And they realized, they did research and found it to be most likely true that he did. So because some people were skeptical that this can't be true, that he had over 1,000 kids, and how would you even know that they're your kids? I mean, if you've got over 1,000, then you might as well just say, the whole country might as well just start calling me Abu. Then you're like, just to be on the safe side, everyone just call me Abu. So here he is, Moulay Ismail, and he was very, in addition to having so many women, he was incredibly insecure about his women. If he found out that any of his soldiers or men even looked at any one of his right hand possessions, he would have them immediately executed. He was like, zero tolerance, man. This one, full insecurity. Okay, so, and on several occasions, he had this thing as well, that he didn't want anybody making eye contact with him, which was, what is it? Wasn't that the, yeah, what's her name? The, yeah, what's the singer, the one they made the documentary on? Her dad's got her under control. Yeah, what's her name? Bloody hell! Didn't she have that? The whole that you can't make eye contact. Let me see. Somebody's gonna. No, I can't believe it. Anyway, so yeah, there's so many, but I mean the current, the documentary, which is restricted from Britney Spears, wasn't it? Britney Spears had this thing of you can't make eye contact. None of her workers could make eye contact with her. So anyway, he had that same Britney Spears effect going on, but several centuries ago. If any of his workers made eye contact with him, I mean, it's different if he had asked them to, but if he was just walking and they were looking at him, he was ridiculous. He would either have them beaten so bad, or he would, on some occasions, he had them executed. I mean, I don't know what kind of a power trip this guy was on, what kind of goddamn, stuff. And the thing is that, you see, the feelings around him are so mixed, because on one hand, during his reign, he ruled Morocco for perhaps the longest any king or dynast has ruled Maghrib. I said Morocco, but sorry, Maghrib. And that's like, I think, 55 years he ruled. And his rule is a time of prosperity for the state. Because as you can see the map here, that's pretty huge for as far as the Maghrib goes, because that is descending quite south into places like Senegal. It's taken Mauritania. It's taken other parts, which Timbuktu and other things, which were not really part of the Maghrib. He's expanded. He's removed the Europeans. He's got rid of them. And the public are seeing this. He's building certain palaces and he's doing things. So on one hand, he is seen as providing stability to a region. So people do like that. On the other, he's seen as somebody who will shed blood over anything. If you got on the wrong side of him, he is the archetype of that kind of that benevolent tyrant of a king, that if he's on the good side, he will just shower you with gifts. And if you look at him wrong, or he's just not in the right mood, he will immediately execute you. And he would not miss an opportunity to embark on a new adventure, on a new sexual adventure. So he was a man of definitely very, very virile, shall we say, in his keen on spreading the DNA. And he was people they say that absolutely addicted to sex. So now a powerful king in his might, as you can imagine. So yeah, I mean, in some ways, one could say the Maghribi version of Taimur, maybe Moulay Ismail. Now, and you see, what he did is he brought up, because he wanted people to love him as well, because like all kings, they want people to hold them in awe, not just because you have to, but really. So he really bolstered and promoted this angle that I'm from the bloodline of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So he claims to be from the Sharif. He claims to be a Sharif from the Alawi bloodline, and this is the beginning of the Alawi dynasty. Even though it's following on, but he starts promoting this line, that we're from the bloodline of the Prophet. And they say Alawi because it's going back ultimately to Sayyidina Ali radiallahu anh, but it's not through Hussein, it's through Hassan. It's through Hassan, so, and through Muhammad Nafsakiya. So there's mixed feelings about him. Now, during this time, to strengthen his kingdom, he gets one of the scholars, one of the judges, Maliki judges. I mean, they were all Maliki, by the way. One of them is Abul Abbas. Is it Abul Abbas? No, Muhammad ibn al-Ayyashi, I believe. Qadi Muhammad ibn al-Ayyashi. He gives him the fatwa, or the opinion, the suggestion, and I suppose fatwa as well, that look, why don't you nationalize all slaves? They say ijtihad is dead. So basically, and this idea, Moulay Ismail likes it. He says, yaar, kya baat karta hai yaar? He says, I like it, yaar. He makes a royal decree. All slaves that belong to anyone, whoever they are, now belong to the state. Meaning they belong to Abuji, which is aka moi, Moulay Ismail. The problem is here, he has this idea. Some people say people told him, or he had it himself. He says not just all slaves, all former slaves, what they called hurtani, and the plural harratin. And sometimes people don't know what the word harratin means, and they think it's because it's on the Arabic scale of fa'alin. So people think it's like harrat is the word for something, meaning something, but it's not. It's just a pluralized form. It's a plural of the word hurtani, which hurtani is actually a colloquial rendition of the word hur, which means free, and thani. So a lot of the Moroccan dialect and certain other Arab dialects, instead of a tha, sometimes say ta. So they might say katir, something is katir, or something is instead of kathir. So they would say somebody is hur, he's a free person, but he's a second class, he's like a second class citizen. So you used to be a slave, or your parents were a slave. So you're not a slave, but you're a hur, but you're a hurthani. You're hur, but of a second grade, B grade. You're a B grade free person. So this hurthani, they would call hurtani. And the plural is harratin. So this former slaves who were not slaves anymore, and they were often people who were not always, but may have, especially in that part of the world, may have been black. So now, and some weren't, but especially in that part of the world, a lot of the slaves may have been of black origin, African origin, whereas in the eastern part of the world, they may have been of other mixed origins, European origins as well, and Eastern European origins, Slavic and other things. So here, people that were known in society. So let's say you've lived your whole life as a free person. You are a free person, even though your parents may have been slaves who were freed. You now are forced into slavery. You are effective immediately by fiat and royal decree, deemed a slave and property of the state. This was an abominable dhulm of epic proportions. Utterly unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable. Haram and dhulm to the utmost and nth degree. To literally do that to people, turn them into slaves in an instant. And he did. And whether you like it or not, no person could own a slave in Morocco. Now, that has a nice side to it, but he wasn't doing it from the nice side. He wasn't doing it for liberty and freedoms. He was doing it, no person can own a slave because all slaves are now the property of the king. So, and any person who had had slavery in his lifetime or in his parents' lifetime, for example, is now also a slave effective immediately, property of the king. This caused such a stir, and it sent shivers down the spine of the Sha'b al-Maghribi, the Maghrib people. They were disgusted by this. That how dare you just overnight, people with families, people with, just declare them. And remember, he's doing this, and this is not like a war scenario. This is not like, well, you've come and you've been captured as, this is normal people living just normal lives as Muslims in what is a Muslim territory. Here, several ulama rose in objection to him. Several, amongst them Sheikh Burdula, amongst them Sheikh Muhammad Mayyara, the great scholar that people read his commentary on Murshid al-Ma'in and other things. He's the student of Ibn Ashir. And another great scholar, Sheikh, you've got Abdus Salam, Abu Muhammad Abdus Salam ibn Jassus, Ibn Hamdun ibn Jassus. He's known as Ibn Jassus, Abdus Salam ibn Jassus. Great Maliki scholar. These were some at the forefront. They were from Fez. They strongly protested and said this is utterly haram. This is dhulm against the ra'iyya, against the citizens and the subjects of what is a Muslim territory. This is against the Quran. This is against the teaching of Islam. Moulay Ismail, however, was like, I'm sorry, do I look bothered? He was like, I'm sorry, did you think you were the authority? The only authority here is me, the king. So he tried to justify it. First of all, he engaged in some, he had some kind of debate set up, discussions. Oh, by the way, the people were immediately taken in. There was no delay on if you were a slave or a second class freed person, you were immediately a slave and brought to the kingdom. You were brought to the king and you were admitted into a military academy, and they started training you to become soldiers. And he did do things like provide them a salary. He did, even upon graduation from the military, he gave them a home and a wife, and he made sure these things did happen, but it was against their will. I'm sure many people probably did it willfully, and as you can imagine, many didn't. Now, so this is happening. But when these people were rounded up, the slaves, Moulay Ismail turned up for the royal audience, and what he did is he brought a copy of Sahih al-Bukhari. And he said to these people, he had them kind of assemble, like hundreds of them and thousands of them, and he gave this speech. And he said, you and me are all slaves. Humble talk. You know, when you have politicians, this is politician speak. He said, you and me, we are all abid, we are all slaves to Allah and His Messenger. And he said, and we are slaves to the Messenger of Allah in what he has said and instructed in this book, Sahih al-Bukhari. So he said, all of you will pledge an allegiance and you will pledge your allegiance on this book. So he didn't do an allegiance on the Quran. He did an allegiance on Bukhari. He said that you have to declare your oath to me on this book, on the teachings of the Prophet ﷺ, which is in Sahih al-Bukhari. And that's what they had to do. And what would happen is, when they would go out on military expeditions and armies would go, he would have Sahih al-Bukhari all adorned, and it would be in a kind of a carriage of its own that had decorations, and it would be at the vanguard of the army, at the front of the army. And it would bring kind of motivation to the army that this is Sahih al-Bukhari. And this is why his army became known as the army of Bukhari. So if you ever search in Arabic, Jaysh al-Bukhari, or Jaysh Abid al-Bukhari, the slaves of Bukhari, or Jaysh al-Bukhari, it is about the army, the military of Moulay Ismail. And they were very successful in their military campaigns. So what he did is he had these slaves just devote themselves to him. And he did reward them. He gave them money. He made sure they were fed and looked after, but there was 100% loyalty to him. They have no other life. They are the property of him. And yeah, so he thrives, and he's building more places, and he's gaining more wealth and acquisition and women and all kinds of things. Whilst this is happening, the scholars really raise their voice against him. And I mentioned that group of the Malikiya. And what Moulay Ismail does is he has them engage with some other scholars in debate. He has them invited to the royal palace to debate him. Not debate, to have a discussion. And there's certain scholars there. I believe there's a scholar, Abu al-Abbas al-Sijilmasi, who is very pro that it is legitimate for the Sultan to enslave the Harratin. He says it's halal in Islam. So, and he justifies it by saying, look, the country is in danger, and the Europeans to the north, the Ottomans could attack from the east. We lack soldiers, we lack loyalty, and these are people who have had slavery anyway in their history. So here, Sheikh Abdul Salam Ibn Jassus al-Maliki, he very clearly says, look, he says, you have not got an ounce to stand on. You don't have a shred. This is haram, haram, haram. You cannot enslave people. And this goes on. He's called, he makes a few royal attendances, and they're not budging. Now, on one occasion, Moulay Ismail gets up to walk off. So Sheikh Abdul Salam ibn Jassus grabs he has this kind of cloak, he grabs his cloak, and he says to him, sit and listen to the words of your grandfather, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because you see, Moulay Ismail is always trying to promote, I'm from the bloodline of the Prophet. I'm the great, 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 great grandson of the Prophet. So he says, sit and listen to the words of your grandfather, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That this Bukhari that you're going on about, this Bukhari that you are carrying at the front of the army, this Bukhari that you are doing this, your actions are absolutely against the Sunnah of Islam and against the teaching of the Quran. So here, Moulay Ismail is utterly offended when he says that to him. Then he grabs his cloak and says, listen to the words of your grandfather. He's obviously insulted. This is in his palace. So he says that, you know what? You've crossed the Rubicon. The line has been crossed. He says to his guards that, I want you to make an example out of this guy. They, first of all, they do things like beat him. Then Moulay Ismail says, I want you to persecute him. He says, seize his property. Any wealth he has, any assets, seize it. His family, this Sheikh Abdul Salam ibn Jassus, his family are declared homeless. They seize his house, his home. They seize any kind of, even his books, because he was a great scholar. They take his books. They take everything. And he's kept, and what they would do is embarrass him they would have him tied up and dragged behind some kind of animal. And they would then ask people to donate in charity to free him. So people would, people with their hearts, they would see that and the injustice, and they would give some money. And then they would kind of, eventually when they've received a certain amount, they would not free him, but take him off there and then put him back in the cell. And they kept him in a cell for almost a year. They tortured him. And it is interesting, this ties in with the theme of what we're speaking about, that own your destiny. Not all destiny is, you see, owning your destiny is not necessarily about glory, but it's about your legacy. And Sidi Abdul Salam, or Sheikh Abdul Salam ibn Jassus al-Maliki al-Fasi, his legacy was to stand for justice. And he knew that this is it's a very dangerous path. And, there's no light at the end of this tunnel. But sometimes, for some reason, people, they take that stance. And Allah says in the Quran, وَلَوْلَا دَفَعُ اللَّهِ النَّاسِ بَعْضَهُمْ بِبَعْضٍ. If Allah had not enabled or allowed it that people would stand then in opposition to other people, if it wasn't for this, that people would resist and oppose, that places of worship would be destroyed. And it's interesting, Allah doesn't begin with masajid, He begins with churches, monasteries and synagogues and temples, and masjids would be destroyed. يُذْكَرُ فِي اسْمِ اللَّهِ كَثِيرًا. Allah's name is glorified in all of them. That's the verse of the Quran. I mean, that's not me saying it. That's the verse of the Quran. So here, Sidi Abdul Salam, he stood his ground and he's persecuted. And eventually, Moulay Ismail has him strangled to death. Almost a year later, he gives the instruction that have him executed, but strangle him, he says, to death. And they do. And they say that, Sheikh Abdul Salam ibn Jassus curses Moulay Ismail, his endeavor. And people say, Allahu A'lam, that perhaps that dua, and we've spoken of this in the past, that mind-heart coherence, that when words leave your tongue, but they leave it with that emotion, Allah says there is no veil between that dua and God. And although he sacrificed his life to say that these people are free people, see, he was living a good life. I mean, a reasonably good. He was a renowned, prestigious kind of scholar in Fez. But he sacrificed it for the freedom of others in saying, this is wrong, this is dhulm, this is haram. This is, you can't just rob the freedom of people and enslave them. It's not just about an action being haram, you see, because people do many harams, but it's the ramifications of this action that you can just declare people slaves. And he knew what lies at the end of the tunnel. And he is prepared to lay his life down. And he does. And may Allah bless his afterlife. But he leaves a glowing lesson for people. And in his wake, he leaves, people say his words, this dua, that this is a dhulm and injustice, that by the vicissitudes and twists of fate, these harratin, these very slaves that become this military elite, because Moulay Ismail rules for 55 years, the longest reigning monarch and dynast of the Maghrib, and a powerful one. And the military academy, I think, was like 7 years or something. So during this, so many of these are produced, and they become these elite and so powerful that within, just say, 1 or 2 kings after him, in fact, just 1 king after him, as soon as he passes away, these harratin become de facto the rulers, that they place the king and, depose the king as they please, and they remove, they execute, they do as they become this ridiculous source of power within the Maghrib, which it takes a good few generations for somebody to say, what on earth is going on here? And what's so ironic is when Moulay Ismail began this, he looked at the Turks and the Ottomans and the Inkishariya, the Janissaries, who were slaves. And they had been so for, this military elite of slaves that lasted for 300-400 years. But that was exactly what was happening in them. The moment they rose to a certain position, they were dictating who the next sultan would be. And none of the sultans could dare question them. I think, is it till Murad II or something? But it's still, I think Mahmud II, is it right? It's so much later, hundreds and hundreds of years later, that they just about then, with so much struggle, get rid of the Janissaries, these Inkishariya, the slave elite, the slave military elite. And that's exactly, people say, it happened here. And his own family, so Moulay Ismail's own family to come, are then persecuted at the hands of these harratin. And one of the people that they persecute when they rise to power after Moulay Ismail is that one Sijil Masi scholar, the one, that kind of official judge that was saying no, justifying that it was right to turn them into slaves because the state is in need and so on. He's one of the people that gets quite badly persecuted later in life by the harratin. This is just such a there's just so much mixed emotion in this whole legacy of Moulay Ismail, the army of Bukhari, the harratin, the scholars that rose to oppose the oppression, amongst them Sidi Muhammad Mayyara, Sidi Burtula, you had Sidi or Sheikh Abdul Salam ibn Jassus, all of these great legends rising, opposing that, and all this. But at the same time, it was a dynasty that for once got rid of foreign invasion, like the Spanish and the British from Tangiers and other places, and got rid of the Ottoman threat and brought some stability to the region. So much mixed emotions going on with and set in force a new dynasty known as the Alawi dynasty, which is still today the Moroccan king is still from that dynasty, the Alawis, which continues till today. So just such a nuanced and information rich part of history. Wow, I just had to share that with you guys. So I hope it's been interesting, and there's so many lessons to just take away from that. People, God bless you all. Allahu Akbar. Let's take a look at some questions. Yeah, Moulay, Ismail, it was evil. Yeah, it is an incredible, it is tragic, but it's kind of so, there's so many mixed emotions about it. It just goes to show in life there aren't really clear, things are not black and white. Some people can do some good things, some very heroic things. They can be great, but at the same time monumentally evil. It's just like, wow, what do you do with that? Where do you put it? So yeah, what would be interesting is to contrast that with Aurangzeb, because at the same time in the East, Aurangzeb is in power. But we can maybe do that in another session and contrast it. It'd be quite interesting. Fascinating century and time of human history. I see Saracen, shukran, much love for the super chat. Mufti, does the current King of Morocco as well as the Hashemite King Hussein carry the title of Caliph? I don't think they called himself Caliph, no. I think the current King of Morocco does use the title Amir al-Mu'mineen, but I don't think they call him Caliph. I don't think he calls himself Caliph either. I think they just call the king. But as far as I'm aware, they do use, I have heard them use the word Amir al-Mu'mineen, and that is used in certain things. Always great hearing these historic stories, Mufti. Shukran. The Mongol horde. Yeah, that's interesting. Although that's already been at this time. Ottoman Sultan was the Caliph. Sure. Right. All right. Let's take a look. Nice question. I see you're doing it. Darth Vader. So, what is going on? Let's see. Where do you get these stories from? I love these stories, honestly. To me, it is the power of stories is what makes us human beings. There's just so much to it, honestly. So much. Yeah. Let's take a sip of coffee. See the time. Whoa. All right. So, people, what is going on? You missed super chats. Did I miss some super chats? Let me follow up with some super chats. Go back, scroll. Hopefully, it hasn't disappeared. Right, the civilian Vic, shukran, much love for the super chat. Hello, Mufti, excuse me for interrupting. Not at all, interrupt away. I don't know how to stop my mother from worshipping her statue of death. What? She gives it offerings. I try to remind her of God as much as I can, but she keeps it. Statue of death. Is this in Mexico? Is this Mexico? Is this But there are certain cultures that do have the kind of an a devotion to death, and that too then embodied by statues or sometimes a lady death. I know in some of the Santa Flaca, I think as well, in some of the I think the Mexican tradition as well, but the Santa Muerta, and they have different things. They also have as well Day of the Dead, Dia de los Muertos, and death is kind of celebrated, and in some cultures, and I believe there's also in the East as well, you find some cultures like that as well. So which is fascinating in a way, the fact that death is celebrated. I do find that fascinating. But coming to superstitions and statues and things, I don't think that, obviously that's not healthy. When you say, look, you don't know how to stop your mother, I don't think you can just stop someone from doing something, because these things have to be realized within. A person has to realize that I want to stop doing this. You can't force someone into a different belief. And often people have been brought up in such a way that it's, especially superstitions. Superstitions are the worst because they grip the brain, and the brain doesn't know how to handle it without superstitions. They think, yeah, I might as well. And yeah, so if a person has spent their entire life in superstitions, it's hard to say, oh, just don't believe. Like if a person believed, for example, let's say they believed all their life that such something brings bad luck. Now you tell them, look, these things ain't real. Everything is in the hands of God. Now, they might accept that as an idea. They may not be opposed to that, kind of axiom, let's say, that everything is in the hands of God, but they can't help but be programmed or follow the program that they're conditioned by to toe the line when it comes to this superstition, because it's hard for them to break it. I don't think it's impossible. I think people can break it, but there has to be willpower. They have to want to break it. And this is how people, honestly, this is how Islam rapidly spread in the past. People really are either misinformed, massively ignorant, or just belligerent when it comes to explaining how Islam spread. They like to say Islam spread by the sword or by fear or by, scaring people that if you don't do this, we'll do this. Then tell me, why didn't Christianity spread in those places during colonialism? Why didn't it spread the same? You might say, well, it did spread a bit. It did, but why didn't everybody become Christian? Or most of the Muslim world was all under colonialism for, we're talking, many parts of it for maybe 1 to 2, some places 3 centuries maybe. Yet people didn't change religion. Why not? Because you got it wrong. It was not how people left their religions of old in the first place. It was not by sword. It's very difficult to make a person give up their heart and mind. It's very difficult. They have to want to. And I'll tell you how it happened with Islam. People had, as they still do, they had crazy superstitions. And people relied on their superstitions for providence, for rizq, for the crops to grow, for it to rain, for this to happen, for that to happen. And they saw, Yes, they saw Muslims come in. Yes, they saw them as a force as well. They did see that. So they saw, yes, there was an element, one could say, of identified superiority. One could say that. I'm not saying that the Muslims necessarily saw themselves as superior, but one could claim that maybe these people felt that Muslims see themselves as superior to us. They possibly may have felt that when they encountered Muslims. But it was the belief, the success they were having in life, and then the confidence that Muslims showed. That لا تهنوا, do not fall weak, ولا تحزنوا, don't you dare fall into grief and sadness. At all times, own what God has given you, whatever circumstances you're in. That al-mu'min, everything, amruhu kulluhu, is khair, is goodness. Why? That if something bad happens to him, sabara wa shakar, he's patient to God and he glorifies God. If something good happens, he's grateful to God and he praises God. It's the mindset of belief. Were they doing wacko things, getting hold of a black cat, getting hold of this animal, doing some kind of weird? No. In fact, they seemed rather strange. They didn't have odd ritual. I mean, they seemed to bow down to no statue. They seem to just do something, but they do it in this rhythm and union. And other than that, they seem to be these very well-spirited, ambitious, confident, happy. You could say, well, what's he so happy about? He seems ever so happy, yeah. People thought, I want in on that. What do you know that I don't know? You worship one God, God we can't even see. Okay, let me try it. Ud'u ila sabili rabbika bil hikmah. You want to show the path, the way to your Lord. Show it like this with wisdom. Show it by just being a source of positivity and just well-being. The person thinks, wow, what the hell is this guy so happy about? What's his secret? I want in on that. I'll have whatever he's having. And this is how, like wildfire, the beam of positive iman spread. People tried it. Their lives started to improve. Why wouldn't it? If you break away from superstition, your well-being will radically improve. You will start to feel it. You know what? If it improves, you're more positive. If you're more positive, your immune system is better. You're more healthier. You live longer. Better things happen to you. You're more optimistic. You're more confident in life. You attain more opportunities. You see, whatever you put out comes back with that frequency. It comes back. So if you had tried it at that time, if you and I had lived in that era and we saw these people, thought, what the hell are these guys so cheerful about? Let's try what they do. All of a sudden, our lives would naturally improve. So this, and people, it's a shame. And I feel that sometimes this is done it's done sometimes contemptuously. That it's not that people can't think that this could be a reason, but that wouldn't be the reason. I feel that there's an element of, this partiality, prejudice, and contemptuous outlook on saying, what could they have had that would have made them so positive? but they were, they brought a positive stoicism. And you still see it even today in the Muslim world. Honestly, you see it in the most poverty stricken of places. When I was in Pakistan, when I was studying, I remember on an occasion, there was a tragedy that my uncle, he was a police inspector, and he used to run a crime unit in Karachi. May Allah bless his afterlife. I mean, and he always had this he had like a little team, and there was one of these the officers that would often be with him. Always he'd come to our house, and sometimes I would see him at the police station he was at, by the way, was right next door to the madrasa. So I would always pop in, and he had his own kind of little unit, his crime unit. And so I would always pop in, and I used to be so curious. I used to be like, okay, can I sit here and just watch what's going on? He used to think I'm insane. Like, why would you want to spend a day in the police station watching what's going on? I used to be like, oh my God, see people getting arrested and seeing. So, right. So I used to see this officer with him all the time. Great guy, very friendly. May Allah bless him, however he is now, and his family. But there was an incident where they were involved in an accident. So they were chasing some criminals, and it was like a car chase. They were in a vehicle, and they'd gone into this, like, what was a building, and I don't know exactly how, but the other people, I don't know what they did, whether it was something they knocked or whatever, but the building wasn't built so well, but a part of it, they structured it, or they did something that a part of that wall collapsed on the vehicle. So I don't know whether they had that set up before as a strategy, but this is what they did. Or there was an accident, maybe one of the vehicles drove into something, but part of the building with the walls and other things, and part of the roof collapsed on this vehicle. My uncle was in it. He got injured, had some stitches, and but he was okay. His partner became paralyzed, waist down. And he was, first of all, I think, in some, I don't know, I think a coma or something, and he came out, but he was paralyzed. And I remember it was so, just horrible to see and learn of what had happened. And I went to visit him with my uncle, and honestly, I was even more shocked by his attitude, because I hadn't seen things like this in this part of the world. We don't see that, because there's just a different mindset. His attitude, honestly, and these were just regular people. They're not like holy people, or they were regular police officers from Karachi. His thing was just, he just said like, Allah Malik, yaar. Look, it happened. Allah Malik, Allah will take care of us. Honestly, I was just so dumbfounded and just shocked beyond belief in a good way. But I just hadn't seen such a brave, stoic, faithful spirit in the face of tragedy before. And I was wowed by it. And I saw echoes of that in society at large. I used to see people that would be in the worst of situations, and they would say, Allah Malik. The Lord, basically the Lord watches over us. The Lord is my shepherd. It's the same kind of thing. So, and this spirit, it exists, and it really, seeing that in people is so empowering, just even seeing it. So, yeah. Yeah, like what a state of rida these people have. They do, wallahi. And it's in a way, when we see it, it embarrasses us that how we don't have that. It made me very conscious that, what I lack in. And I thought, wow, yeah. People, let's move on. May Allah grant Jannah. Ameen, ameen. Shukran, shukran. Didn't think you were Desi. Phir bhi dil hai Hindustani. It is. How can I be reading all this Urdu poetry and you're thinking, yaar, kahan se, ye hai kahan se, yaar? He must be from some Arab country. So, what I'll do is I'll get the link and we'll share this and we'll have some people coming on. I don't think I shared any kind of fun story today, did I? Everything is very intense intensity. There needs to be something a bit, to lighten the mood. Shall I share something before we go on? Go on then, yaar. Kamal karte ho. Kamal karte ho, Pandey ji. So let's get me. Guys, speaking of strange outlooks on life, let me share an incident. Here's one, and perspectives. Speaking on perspectives, God. We've spoken previously about the poets, Farazdaq and Jarir, the duo. They couldn't stand each other. And what's interesting, though, is when one of them dies, the other one is so heartbroken. It's amazing. You see, sometimes in life, you may have an antagonist, but that antagonism is needed for there to be life. Dil mein betabiyan lekar chalo to zinda ho tum. See, sometimes you need that restlessness to be alive. And it's interesting. We don't know how certain structures are held up in the kind of metaphorical substrate of things, because it's with agonists and antagonists at times. We don't know. And yeah. So anyway, Farazdaq. Let's take Farazdaq as an example. What a strange name. And and an incredibly colorful character, shall we say. Speaking of turbulence and things going on, everybody's aware of, in the time of the Sahaba, there was the whole fitna of the Khawarij. And this is going after that into the Tabi'een time. So what happens is several people in combating the Khawarij or dealing with them, people unfortunately were killed and stuff like this. It is in this time that we meet our character Farazdaq from Bani Tamim. Allah, Allah, Allah. And what happens is, from his relatives is a woman. Now, this is the kind of the story came to mind. I thought I might as well share it, right? So what happens is, in his time, one of his relatives, this lady called Nawar, she finds herself without any family because her family are killed by the Khawarij. There were these extremists. And she's getting by, she's surviving. There's other people helping her. So she gets to a point where she thinks, you know what, I want to get married, as one does. And so she thinks, right, I need I want to set it up. I've got a few prospects and people will be coming and proposing. So I should have like a wali. So she thinks, let me set a wali. Who should I choose as a wali? So she approaches Farazdaq and she says to Farazdaq, look, this is my situation. You know my situation. Family or father's died and all this has happened. And would you care to be my wali? So Farazdaq goes, yaar, neki aur pooch pooch. He says, a good deed and waste a moment. ¿Por qué? Why? He says, of course. At your service, milady. So he says, yes, of course. He says, I'd be the wali. So he says, you know what we'll do? Let's formalize it. So he gets a few people together and he says, guys, I just want you to know that I here am the legal guardian for Nawar. And, I'm going to, in terms of a marriage and everything, everybody, yep, Nawar, is that do we have a yes? She says, of course, I concur. Says, cool, people, all right, that's all good, we got it, okay, disperse. Then what he does is he says he says to Nawar, oh, about the marriage thing. She says, oh, look, I think, there's a few guys are going to come, a few suitors to marry, to propose. He says, oh, about that, there's no need. He says, I've already sorted it. She says, you sorted my marriage? He says, ha yaar, kamal karte ho yaar. Don't you know my middle name is efficacy? Efficiency is my middle name, yaar. He says, I've already married you off. He says, huh? What? To who? He says, to me. You know that Asiap, Asiap Saina, we are the so she goes, what? He goes, yeah, I married you as the guardian. He says, I looked for the best suitor and I thought, yaar, kamal karte ho. Who could be a more fine suitor than me? So I thought, in your interest, I married you to me. So what happens is she says that, what on earth is this nonsense? You can't do that. He says, I can, because you're the one who, in front of everyone, gave me the power of attorney to marry you off. And I looked for a fine suitor, and lo and behold, I was the best. So I fulfilled my duty. So, and he deep down proper fancies this Nawar. So she says, look, I'm not having this. And he says, well, it's a bit late for that, love, because you're in my nikah. So he starts, as a poet, he starts saying poetry about her. But she's not having it. She says that this poetry won't win me over. And he says some very nice, flattering words, of majestic words that may melt the heart, but it wasn't working for Nawar. So during this time, she says, I've had enough. I'm going to, this is the time when Abdullah ibn Zubayr, the Sahabi radiallahu an, had, most of the Muslim world had pledged their allegiance to him. He was based in Mecca. So in case you guys didn't know, Farazdaq and Jarir, by the way, who I believe spent their time in the Najd region and stuff like that, but they were affiliates of Zubayr, Abdullah ibn Zubayr, the Zubayrid dynasty. They weren't aligned with Bani Umayyah. They used to pledge their allegiance to Abdullah ibn Zubayr. Later on, they make a shift. But so she says, Nawar says, I've had enough of this. I'm going to Mecca, because it's not ever so far. I mean, it's far, but it's not. And she says, I'm going to go to Abdullah ibn Zubayr, who's the caliph. I'm going to report this and seek his assistance. So she sets off. So Farazdaq What a name though. The name is like a character. You can make a cartoon out of this person, or definitely a series. Farazdaq, he thinks, yar, problem, yar, samasya. This one big problem. He says, you call the police on me, I call the police on you. He says, I'm setting off to Makkah as well. I'm going to complain. Here they go. Mega confusion. She's going to complain. He's going to complain. So he says, I'm going to complain that you're my wife and you're not. This is insubordination, insurrection. This one not nice, you know. So what happens? They both get to Makkah. Abdullah ibn Zubayr is busy. Obviously, he's the caliph. So sometimes it can take a day or two before you get to meet the caliph. He's obviously sorting out a lot of things. So they think, both of them think, you know what, before we get to him, we need someone to put in a good word to him. Because Abdullah ibn Zubayr was a strong character, a very strong man. And, somebody he didn't have time to waste. He wasn't one of these kind of, sit around, you're going to joke with him and things like. He was very serious, men of steel. And so they both think, look, when we get there, what we're going to do is we're going to, we need someone to put in a good word. So when Nawar gets there, she looks and finds the wife of Abdullah ibn Zubayr. She finds her and she tells, and so she finds her and she kind of spends the day with her, explains to her, look, this is what's happened. Farazdaq sees this. He thinks, acha, he's got that close. He's got to the wife. He says, yar, I need to get closer. So he thinks, let me look for his son. So Abdullah ibn Zubayr's son, whose name's Hamza, he says, let me find Hamza. He finds Hamza. Now, remember, he's a celebrity, Farazdaq. He's a poet. It's like today, how you have singers. And in fact, it's even bigger than singers, because poets back then, one, they were like celebrities, as in how you look at singers or actors, but also they were like the propaganda machines. So they were like media. So basically like CNN, BBC, this was like poets, because whatever they wrote a poem about, everybody, took it and spread it far and wide. So Farazdaq goes to Hamza and he tells him, yeah, this is. So Hamza says, don't worry, I'm going to put in a good word to my dad. On the other hand, the wife, Bintu Manzur, I've forgotten her actual name, but it is, but they call her, I know it's Ibnatu Manzur ibn Zabban. Okay, so Ibnatu Manzur. So she goes and puts in a good word as well, like they both go. So the next day, Farazdaq and his wife turn up to Abdullah ibn Zubayr. And they say, and they start telling the incident. So they're both sitting there. Abdullah ibn Zubayr listens to them. And he says to Farazdaq that you be quiet. And he asks Nawar that what's going on. So she says, look, I didn't want to marry him. And he says, enough said. If you didn't want to, there's no compulsion. Nobody should be forced to be in a relationship. So when he says this, Farazdaq gets a bit wound up. Obviously, celebrity banda hai. So he gets up and he says, and their poetry was like this. Epic, and they would just say epic poetry like that. So he says, as he gets up, he says this poem. He says, Amma banuhu falam tanfa' shafa'atuhum. He says, as to his sons, falam tanfa' shafa'atuhum, their good word, intercession, was of no use. وَشُفِّعَتْ فِيهِ بِنْتُ مَنْظُورِ ibn Zabbana. And he says, whereas the intercession of Ibn Manzur ibn Zabban, who is his wife, got accepted. وَلَيْسَ الشَّفِيعَ الَّذِي يَأْتِيكَ مُعْتَذِرًا مِثْلَ الشَّفِيعَ الَّذِي يَأْتِيكَ عُرْيَانًا. And he says, and it's true that the one who intercedes, the intercessor, the the one who comes to put in a good word, the shafi', the shafi' who comes to you comes to you in clothes, meaning his son, or anyone who comes to you in clothes, is not like the one who comes interceding whilst naked, like hinting at his wife. Like, meaning that it's obvious, isn't it? I told your son to put in a good word, but where does he stand when she told your wife, who's obviously somebody who's going to be naked with you? So you're obviously going to listen to her. This is his poem. He says, أما بنوه فلم تنفع شفاعتهم وشفعت فيه بنت منظور ابن زبانة وليس الشفيع الذي يأتيك معتذرا مثل الشفيع الذي يأتيك عريانا. So he says this. Abdullah ibn Zubayr flies into a rage. He grabs him. They say he grabs Farazdaq by the throat up against the wall. And people have to come to say, look, leave him. Please, please. And they have to intervene, and and he's got him by this, but it does not let go. He's like, how dare you? Remember, he's Amir al-Mu'mineen, and he's a Sahabi of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He's not a nobody. This is somebody huge, one of the greatest people in Islam. He's, on the when Uthman's his home was under siege. The companions, some of them that would sit on guard, on duty, and Uthman told them eventually to go, but was Abdullah ibn Zubayr, like one of the most outstanding companions. I mean, he's a very young companion. His father was from the Ashra Mubashara and also a cousin of the Prophet. And he's one of the only companions, they say one of the only people in Islam who had like such kind of warrior techniques like his father used to have. They say Zubayr was one of the only few Arabs that could, whilst horseback, fight with two swords. I mean, this is the kind of legacy he's coming from. And you can imagine, right? So this person saying this to him, that, oh, well, it's obvious, isn't it? You're going to take her word because she got your wife to come, who comes naked to you. So he was in a rage, and he's like, what the hell? I'm not going to let him go. So people intercede, and they say, intervene and say, please, please, please. They break it up. And Abdullah ibn Zubayr says to Nawar, he says, not only are you free of his nikah, he says that if, because of this nikah, which was against your will, you see, because remember, he's been with her, he's kind of consummated the marriage and all this stuff, they've been there. So he said, I'm going to treat that like rape, basically, because this is not on. And his attitude is not on, and I will have him punished, which is basically capital punishment. Like, how dare he take a woman against her will and and be like this and have such a belligerent attitude. So now, obviously, this is terrifying for people. So Farazdaq's kind of held, and Nawar is happy that, okay, the talaq has happened and everything. But here is an interesting twist. You see, sometimes some people, this comes back to the theme, own your destiny. Some people, they are not happy with certain things because it's not their choice, regardless of the thing per se. Sometimes some people, they don't mind something, but it's the fact that they didn't get a choice in it that makes them detest it. I'll give you an example. So in this case, when Abdullah ibn Zubayr says to her that she's, you are free from this, he's not your husband, and you're free. She thinks about it, and she thinks, well, you know what? He's not actually a bad person. Like, okay, he's bad, but he's not bad to me. You see, because nobody is entirely evil in that sense. Like he says all this poetry. He's always been charming me. He's been trying to spend money on me. He's like always flat. He's always so kind to me. And whether, okay, he may be foul mouthed to other people and he may do stuff, but to me, and he's not like, I mean, I'm sure in terms of stature and in terms of his people, he's got dignity. He's a celebrity at the end of the day. He's got an X amount of respect. And so she kind of thinks about it and thinks, you know what? I don't mind him being married. But here was the crux of the issue, but it's my choice now. See, it comes back to own your destiny. Like sometimes the battle, the thing is going on in there and in the heart. It's not even the situation. Sometimes people don't mind the situation, but it's that, why did I not get a choice in it? You see. And so she says to Abdullah ibn Zubayr, you know what? She says, look, she comes back to him like by the end of the day, and she says, look, I thought about it. And I don't mind him actually as a husband. I just felt that it was wrong the way it was done. And now that you've kind of empowered me, and now it's my choice, my doing, I'll choose him. Because he's been actually very he has been to me good. So she actually chooses. And this obviously, Farazdaq just about escapes. He was about to get executed. This guy he's like, whoa, Allah saved me again. And he goes back to Basra. They moves to Basra with Nawar, and they spend so many years having an epic. They do have an epic kind of bond for many years. It does fizzle out towards the end. He says so much poetry, iconic poetry dedicated to Nawar. Their kind of romance for at least a few years was well known. She has several children with Farazdaq, and as like a decade later, they have the ups and downs, and eventually she goes on to seek a divorce from him, and he does divorce her. She gets a divorce, but many years later. But during her time with him, most of it up until before the end, she actually says that it was, we had some very good days together. Like a lot of it was spent in a lot of joy, and they had some crazy time. Because you see, Farazdaq was maybe not in the early years, but later on, he became this serial womanizer, and he would not, if he saw some woman, he'd get like, especially if he got infatuated with a woman, he would just kind of like chase her, and sometimes try to say all this poetry and try to seduce her, and he would try it on, and sometimes if he thinks there's a bit of a thing, he would just try it, like, I mean, physically try it. So as abominable as that is, but this is what he would do for Farazdaq. So there was an incident with Nawar where there's a woman that she kind of engaged a bit with Farazdaq. So Farazdaq saw it as a green light, and he starts kind of chasing her around town. And she thinks, look, I've had enough of him. And he starts turning up to where she lives, and he's trying it on a bit physically, and she's not having it. But so she reports it to Nawar. And this, I mean, that's a tragic incident, but and I want to tell you, it's so bizarre. She tells Nawar, this is what's happening with your husband. So she says, okay, and what did he say? She says that he came to me and he was trying it on, and he said, meet me at this place tomorrow in this location, a romantic location. Romance, we'll do the romance, man. Kuch romancing ho jaye. So Nawar says, okay, cool. What to do is meet him there tomorrow. I'm going to be there as well, but I'm going to be in hiding. So they make this plan. So what she does is she says, turn up with this kind of niqab, show him that it's you, and then come into this place. So she does. She goes into that place, but then she exits, and Nawar is there with this niqab, and she follows through into this dark place. And Farazdaq's like over the moon that, yes, this is a total green light. You know, this is happening, man. What is love? So he rushes in, chases after it. It's dark, and he just starts. He starts the deed. Tawbatan nasuha, tawbatan nasuha. And so he starts the deed, and Nawar is with him at it. And then when the deed is done, she speaks. She says to him like something like, "God damn you." And he recognizes the voice. He goes, "Huh? Nawar, is it you?" Because it's dark in the place. So she says, "Yeah, who did you think it was? You thought it's the other woman." So he says this, obviously he's a poet of the Arabic language. So he says this mathal, what became a proverbial. He says, ma, because by this time their relationship had kind of deteriorated. He says, "Ma arda'aki halalan wa atyabaki haraman." Astaghfirullah. He says, you know, as something that is halal, he says, like it's so tasteless with you. But as something that is haram, wow, it was so amazing. Because what he's trying to say is, I thought it was the other girl, and this was so epic and passionate, and then it turns out to be you, and I'm thinking, this, and so this is the crazy story and the lifestyle of Farazdaq. These were some wacko people in the very first early century of Islam. But there's a lot of stories they've left and a lot of Arabic poetry that is definitely worth reading. People, that's enough. Right, let's put this link in and let's wrap this up. And let me get to some early beauty sleep as well. So people, there you go. I've shared the link. Let me just check it's gone in to the chat stream. It has. The story sounds like Pina Colada song. I haven't heard of that song. People, there you go. I've shared the link. Let me just take out as well. Rather, whilst you guys are doing that, I'll have to switch on the Bluetooth. I've shared the link. Right, let me just open this up. Bring out the Bluetooth devices. Where is this? Audio. Just connect that. Let's see. Okay. Inshallah, that should be done. Let me just check that's active. I'm just going to do a quick, I have to do a sound test to make sure. Yep, that's we is live, people. Allahu Akbar. Shafiq Dahlan, shukran, yar. Much love for the super chat. May Allah bless you. Got physics with Mathematics Academy. Love from Kashmir. May Allah bless you guys. Kashmir, a heaven on earth. May Allah bless it. Ameen. Right, so we've got some people. Guys, so I've shared the link. What I'll need you to do is switch on your dash cams. Switch on your your webcams, and I will get you on. Let me. Right, who do we have here? Right, device not connected. Guys, you need to switch the webcam. Got another webcam off. Okay, Fahim Ali. Assalamu alaikum, Fahim.
Welcome, Salam.
Right, where are you joining us from?
Oh, I'm in London.
London. All right. Doing it, yeah. All right. So, shukran for joining us at this vampire hour, I have to say. So, how are you doing, and what's on your mind? What would you like to share with us? A thought, a question, or just what would you like to say?
My question is like, why did God create anything? Like, why did He decide to create things in general?
Why did God decide to create anything as opposed to nothing?
Nothing. Yeah.
That is, I guess, in some ways, that question is Heidegger's sledgehammer, isn't it? That why is there something as opposed to nothing? This is what he begins his kind of treatise with, because although that at the face of it may seem a simple question, it's infinitely complex. That why is there something as opposed to nothing? Allah chose. He chose for there to be something as opposed to be nothing. In his infinite wisdom, we can speculate, we can say any guess can be as good as another. I would say that, you see, it's not necessary in any way for God to create something, but it was maybe it's to display the positive, well, I say in a positive light, the power of will, and then that manifested as humans, because humans have to exercise that power, and is it exercised responsibly or irresponsibly? It all kind of plays out. But none of this is necessary by any means, but God chose it. So I don't know really what would you like to say on that, or is this, because that's so much. I mean, and I've got no idea where, if anything could ever suffice as an answer.
When you say like God chose, do you think God like has free will like us, so He can choose one thing, or He can do something else? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, God has will. Yeah, of course. So if you say God willed something to be, so in Arabic the term, they do say mashi'a as well, like, so from the word sha Allah, like insha Allah or masha Allah, comes from willing or wishing. But another term as well that is used is irada, arad Allah. God can be translated as will or want. But yeah, in essence, chose for something to be. You know, it's interesting because from the scientific perspective, matter, why does matter exist? Because matter, upon contact with antimatter, self-annihilates. Yeah. And just as you have any particle, you have its you'll have its antiparticle. Okay. So matter, there is antimatter. And when matter and antimatter meet, they self-annihilate. Both of them cancel each other out. So the question is, and that's factual, but the question is, so how did matter preponderate? Like, why did matter then go on to exist, because it should have entirely, after the Big Bang, it should have all just evaporated again because of the antimatter making contact. But for some reason, a tiny proportion of matter preponderated. So it created an impairment, a disimbalance, which results in it succeeding. And I feel in some ways it's poetic that you see, almost if we are to personify, and I know this is great poetic license and dramatic license at play here, but if we are to personify, let's say, matter and antimatter, some have argued some elements of antimatter are much more powerful than the matter correlates, that at this antimatter as let's say symbolically representing, I mean, this is a lot of dramatizing here, but symbolically representing evil, and matter in that place of good. You have a primordial play of this good versus evil since time immemorial, where even though the immense power of this antimatter, yet matter preponderates and goes on to flourish. If looked at with a lens, is a beautiful performance of existence. I don't know, but I think it's amazing when looked at in that way. But yeah, what are your thoughts on it, Fahim?
Well, on the free will stuff, I wanted to say that if God like knows everything and he knows what he's going to choose, then like, is he really choosing anything? Because like he already knows what he's going to do, you know?
Because time is but an illusion. It doesn't really exist in the way we think it exists. So we obviously perceive it though. So to us, it's real from our perspective, but it isn't actually real. So that's interesting, because I guess it would be a kind of timelessness then, in which sense I guess everything is happened, and to happen simultaneously. Yeah, I mean, it's very perplexing, but that's physics, you know. That's not, see, and I tell you, I love this about our day and age. I love that it is where the mystique is uttered and manifested in the sciences. See, we've reached that era where they converge, because people have said these things since time immemorial, but they've been just kind of brushed off as just mystical talk. But now it's been demonstrated in physics that this is the or at least, you know, obviously it's the explanation amongst, let's say, a few explanations, but this is a powerful scientific explanation now. This is not mystical talk. This is, you know, powerful scientific talk in saying, well, looking at how astrophysics works, this seems to be an illusion. So, yeah. So, all right. So, apart from trying to figure out the will of God for him, what else preoccupies your mind at this godly hour?
Well, when you were talking about the harems, I was wondering if it's allowed in Islam to have sex with multiple people at the same time.
To have what? Sorry, to have sex.
To have sex with multiple people at the same time. So if you have like multiple concubines.
Fahim, publicly, you nutty. What are these desires that are bubbling up with him? I mean, oh God, we need some therapy here. So I'm sure the sultans of the past didn't really care much about what people thought about. I mean, I don't think they were doing it in public, but in their private harems, I'm sure they were. So, yeah, but I don't think do you mean a strict scholarly ruling? Is that what you mean? Like, what would the scholars
Yeah,
say, the ulama? I love
yeah.
how
I'm just
even in the
wondering.
most intimate and the most kind of intimate or plunging moments of heightened sexuality, one still ponders, I wonder what the ulama would say. That in that deep moment of sensuality, one thinks, yeah, but what would Maulana Sahib say? Yeah, what does he think about this right now? I do love the commitment and the devotion to our respected clergy. May Allah bless them. So you see, the scholars, as always, would be divided. I think most would say no, and I think some would probably say it's makruh and not haram. It depends on, like, it depends if they kind of all within the same. What do they call it now? You know, when you're quarantining, what's your, is it pod or what's your group? Your
Yeah, I think it's pod. Yeah.
Is it a pod? What do they call it, people? You know, when you're in quarantine and you have your kind of a group that you're allowed to mingle with. So basically, if it's that, no, I was just checking if somebody had your bubble. That's it, not pod. Your bubble.
Oh yeah, your bubble.
So if it's your so those ulama would feel that if it's your shukran, if it's your bubble, it's a Hubble bubble, huh? They go, yeah, this is our bubble, don't worry. So, for example, co-wives, and in their case, they would say co-concubinage, co-concubines, and so it's their bubble. So some ulama would feel like Jalaluddin Asyuti, for example, he writes about it in his Hawil al-Fatawi. He actually discusses this mas'ala, amongst other scholars too as well. So I think they would put it towards the kind of discouraged, but maybe not haram. But I think the majority would probably say haram still. So I don't think so. If in that moment of heightened sensuality, you were wondering I wonder what Maulana Sahib thinks about this. Maulana Sahib thinks not well about it. Okay. So, Fahim, shukran. It's been epic. I appreciate the questions and, just pulling your concerns out there, going from the will of God, why, the ultimate biggest why, to one of the most courageous and daunting hows. Allah. May Allah bless your journey. Right, Fahim, shukran. Right, people, that was Fahim from London. All right. Some very interesting questions right there. It's good. I like it, man. People. So who have we got here? We've got Tom Potts right there. Am I reading that right? Tom Potts.
Yes. Right. Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. Tom, how you doing? Where are you joining us from, Tom?
Based in Sydney. Sydney, Australia.
Sydney. All right. Yes, of course. Yeah. Right. Welcome. And
thank
you for likewise. So what would you like to share with us? Any thoughts? What's on your mind, Tom?
Yeah, sure. So
now that we've had other interesting scenarios, what's on your mind in the land down under, people? What's going on over there?
Land down under, land where all the convicts got sent. Yeah, so I guess just full disclosure, I'm actually a Christian. And
welcome.
I've obviously Australia is a multicultural place, and so I've had quite a few Muslim friends, and my particular church that I go to is, the official name is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. People call us Mormons as a popular name. You probably got someone obnoxiously knocking on your door at like 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning. And it's interesting. I'm pretty interested in religion, and I've read parts of the Quran. I haven't read any of the hadiths, and to be honest, I'm probably a lot less well versed on Islam than, say, Judaism or other branches of Christianity. But I think my question was, I'm not sure how much of Soren Kierkegaard you've read. Have you read any of his?
I've come across Kierkegaard's. I mean, he's obviously leading in existentialism and perhaps at the forefront of bringing this whole, bringing it to the forefront in what it is. But yeah, do share with us. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess probably where I'm going with it is Kierkegaard talks about. Obviously, he was Danish. Denmark was obviously a Christian country at the time. And he talks about that there's kind of like two forces at play, at least in Christianity. And this is where I'm coming to. Okay. He says that there's two centers sort of thought. There's Athens and then there's Jerusalem. Jerusalem is spirituality. It is, your connection with the divine. Athens is rationality. And he talks about that there is obviously a dichotomy at play in Christianity where there's a melding of rationality and spirituality. And his position is it has to be either one or the other. And then that's where we get those sayings of, the leap of faith, where you abandon all rationality and you just devote your entire life to God. I just wanted to understand, do you think that there is a dichotomy also at play in Islam?
I was going to say, and this is why he also argues that to have to rationalize your faith is a weakness of faith, because his whole thing is that demonstrates that only a person of weak faith would need to even justify or have proofs for his faith, just going in line with that whole leap of faith. But sorry, I interrupted you. You were saying, do I feel in Islam?
Yeah, I think there might be a bit of lag, so I think I'm talking over you, and then you're talking over me. I was just going to say, do you think that there is that same dichotomy at play in Islam, that there is almost a battle between more rational Muslims and then I don't know how to say it any other way other than, I guess, more mystical followers? Because if you think about Christianity, I think, and I mean, this ties into politics as well, but the Christian world was dominated by the Catholic Church for 1,000 plus years. And it wasn't until Martin Luther and the Protestant movement came about that there was that sort of separation of rationality and faith. Do you think that is something that is going to be coming through Islam as well as what happened with the Christians, or do you think?
Sure, I mean, yes, of course. I mean, yes, of course, but in different ways. But yes, of course. I mean, these are symptoms of the human condition. So wherever there'll be humans, there'll be these issues. But even in Christianity, I agree with these two kind of archetypal points as Athens and Jerusalem. But that said, I don't feel that the church necessarily was, I don't think that Christianity playing out was in the sense gravitating just to these two, but that these would have been maybe a minority under all circumstances. So the church, for the most part, I would feel, wasn't, I mean, and this is going to sound, I suppose, I'm coming at this from as a psychologist now, just like a social scientist. You see, I would feel that the church, because it was institutionalized religion, it was not about spirituality in the sense of Jerusalem. I would rather agree with it as a different sense of Constantinople. It was kind of more about power with religion. So yes, it was important to them. I'm not doubting. I'm not saying they didn't believe in what they believed in. They did, but it wasn't about spirituality necessarily. In fact, I think it was more about the having to I suppose it's a bit like evolution, survival instinct of the faith as a living organism. So the rationality was often not welcomed, not always welcomed by the church institutionally. Neither was it the way of the ascetics. You see, I would see the Jerusalem thing more as the ascetic saints and people, a more hermetic kind of lifestyle that is devoid and not interested in power, as Jesus himself would have been. So I think, so when we say these two, I do like the two archetypes, but I don't think for most of Christianity it was between these two archetypes. I think both of these archetypes were minorities throughout Christian history. And I think in the Muslim case as well, you find similar struggles, but different. I mean, they're characterized by their own environments and landscapes. So Islamically, we didn't have this I don't know about we didn't have, but Islamically, there wasn't, the papal legacy did not really continue. So Islam chose a different path. So it began as fertile territory. There could have been, I suppose, a papal legacy in the sense as a caliph, let's say. So the caliph, as it begins in early Islam, one would assume it holds, I mean, there's the statutory power kind of element, but they are also the leaders of the faithful in religious matters. So in the what they call the Rashidun caliphs. And some could see maybe one or even after that, up until the early Abbasids, some caliphs, even though they don't have that same kind of respect, but they still try on some occasions to do things like let's lead the Hajj annually, for example. So many of them, some won't, but many of them will try and revive that time and time again. Let's go to the Hajj. Harun al-Rashid is doing it. His sons are doing it. They're trying to show people that we are also the authority on faith as well, the caliph. And I think that was actually what was behind one of the first earliest inquisitions in Islam, which was the Caliph Ma'mun, and the inquisition of the Quran being created or uncreated was about showing his authority. But shortly after that, the caliphs just become kings, and they're not interested in trying to be religious leaders. So for the most of Islamic history, they weren't religious leaders. They were just, I mean, they were, obviously they still had the title, but they weren't trying to be that. And the scholars in Islam were an independent entity. So it gave it a very different nuance. Like there wasn't this battle between, see, whereas in Christianity, the church was the priesthood, which was the power. Whereas in the Muslim world, you had the kings, who were whether kings or caliphs or dynasts, whatever. They had an entire political structure, their governors and whoever, and then scholars were totally separate to them. They weren't part of that elite. I mean, they were separate. They'd become a class unto themselves. So the power wasn't, it was quite separate. And so it gave it a totally different nuance. So in Islam, there was never, so people ask sometimes, will Islam have its kind of Martin Luther and its kind of Protestant movement of trying to separate the state from religion? But it never had that problem to start off with. It had it. I'm not saying it never had problems, but it never had that problem. So that was not really an issue for it to separate. And within it, there were, coming to your point, there were, if I can call them schools or directions that were very rational, as in everything, in fact, so much as they were entirely philosophical, almost like Avicenna, Ibn Sina, you had Kindi, you had Ibn Rushd, Averroes, Ghazali, all these people being very incredibly, everything is about reason, philosophy. to people who were just very spiritual and hermetic, like hermits, and mystical. They were just more about that. That's from early as well, Islam coming down. But then also, you see, you had people who, I think for the most part in Islam, they probably were somewhere in between, wavering. So most Sunni Muslims claim in the books, and they usually claim that this is a faith of reason, and it is built upon reason. So in the textbooks, it says this in all the kind of in the major kind of creed books, it will always say this faith is built on reason. But then, because of sectarian dynamics, they draw a line themselves. They say, oh, but we always give supremacy to revelation. And this then becomes a question that what does that exactly mean? Supremacy to reason or revelation? And this we still find today, people are kind of debating over. So I agree with you that there's been these nuances, and they continue to kind of happen and debate each other, and they have to, I guess, because it's just symptomatic of human beings. There will be some human beings that will see things, maybe 100% rationally, and some maybe 80%, some people maybe emotionally, some people maybe just mystically. So yeah, but all of these things do exist. They all exist within Islam, like as we speak and through time since the very beginning.
Cool.
I don't know if that I think I may have kind of just gone on and lost that point in between. But yeah,
I think I need myself to learn a lot more about Islam, and I realize that I probably have quite a superficial understanding. But thank you for your time, and I appreciate
you're very welcome. I appreciate you joining us and watching and tuning in, and I commend you, and seriously, I congratulate you as well, that in a day and age like this, I think to have an open mind, regardless of what a person's own standing is, whether what faith that you being a Christian, or whether a person is, even if they don't believe in any faith, but to have an open mind which is driven by curiosity. I mean, that is a gem in this day and age. I'm very grateful that you've come on here, and just this interaction is, in that sense, priceless. So thank you as well. And we look forward to seeing you on the lives. People, Tom Potts from Australia. All right. So guys from down under, you got right there, the land of kangaroos. All right. So let me see, who have we got here? Darth Veda. Assalamu alaikum, Darth Veda. I always see that name and I think, wow, I like it. How are you keeping? What's going on?
Yeah, good, man. You see that name, yeah, but I'm shocked you ain't seen Star Wars, man.
As a kid, I did. I think the early ones, but I never, for some reason, I never gravitated towards that kind of cult watching of. So I just didn't find it interesting. I don't know why. That's a good question. I need to introspect that. Why neither Star Wars nor Star Trek.
As a movie critic, man, seriously, you need to watch the best movie ever made.
I think what I think I'm not so drawn to sci-fi. I think that's it. But that kind of sci-fi, like a small amount of sci-fi, like let's say the Terminator or stuff like this, is fine. But the whole thing, like let's say spaceships and all this stuff, I don't know, like I didn't find myself drawn to it. And I would be drawn to other kind of movies. But yeah, so maybe that was it. Maybe it's the sci-fi genre. Yeah.
It's a cross between Sufism, politics, and theater, and
I need to. It's George Lucas, isn't it? The director. So he was from what I believe, a good friend of Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Sufi, Ian Dallas, who I believe influenced him, and he was inspired by Sheikh Abdul Qadir, Ian Dallas, about the whole Sufi Sheikh Murid relationship, which I believe he then sets as the theme in Star Wars. So that whole kind of disciple thing is inspired from what I'm aware of by him learning from Ian Dallas, Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Sufi, this whole Sufi kind of tariqah, because Sheikh Abdul Qadir himself was into Tasawwuf, and he himself became a kind of sheikh that had murids, and he was from those upper echelons of society, shall we say, the upper classes, not the likes of us plebs. They were a different elite class of people, I guess. Yeah.
Right. So today's question, right, for you is going to be basically. I remember once watching a video of yours, and you mentioned something about Noah.
Noah. Noah. Yeah, Noah. Yeah.
His age being 1,000 less 50, right? And you said that there could be two counting systems.
I mean, there could be multiple counting systems, not just two, but yeah.
Well, they've given in the Quran it mentions two numbers, right? So it can only be two specific counting systems, right?
Right. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure. When you say two counting systems, what are the two counting systems that we're referring to? Just so I know what we're talking about.
Numerical systems.
Yeah.
We take for granted that everyone counted to 10, for instance, right? So we call that base 10, right?
Yeah, of course.
So we currently use a base 10 counting system. The Romans, for instance, used to use a base 5 counting system.
Sure.
Right. So I've been looking into this, and I believe
there's so many people use. I think some people had 13. They had, I think, 27 as a baseline. There's 60 as the Sumerian kingdoms had, as they would often use. It's called a sexagesimal kind of counting system. And even certain research shows in places like, I believe, Papua New Guinea, it's interesting how they count. So from the hands, then it goes to the wrist, then the elbow, shoulder, then it'll go to the ear, then the nose is in the middle. So it's an odd number that they have, and then on the other side. So these are as diverse as human settlements. So yeah.
Well, if you apply the base 5 counting system to the number 1,000, it gives you 125. If you minus 50 from that, which is the base 10 number,
you get 75. That again. Sorry, you lost this. Go. Say, step up. What did you say? Right. If we start from?
So basically, I think that in the verse in the Quran, I think it's alluding to two different counting systems. One was the one that was pre-Arab counting system, which would have been base 5, which the Romans were using. So when when the Bible was canonized, it would have been a base 5 counting system, right?
Okay.
So obviously, the time during the Prophet's time, the Arabs would have been using a base 10 counting system. So I think it might be alluding to the fact that, clarifying the misconceptions that it wasn't 950 years that Noah lived for. He lived for basically 1,000, as in a base 5 number, which would be 125, minus 50, which is a base 10 number, which gives you 75.
So the 1,000 is what? How are we getting the 1,000?
So if you convert the 1,000 from base 5 to base 10, it gives you 125.
Right. Just explain, just so we follow. Just so we follow. It's not the outcome. I know the outcome already of what we're saying, but just to understand how you're beginning with 125, just so we understand that. How are you beginning with 125?
So
when you're saying base 5.
Yeah. So basically, right. If I just
your times. So you're multiplying 5. Yeah. Sorry. Carry on. Yeah.
Oh, you don't multiply 5. Right. So where was I going with this now? So basically when you look at the Quran, when everybody looks at the Quran, they see things differently, right? So a mathematician that's looking at the Quran will see things differently to someone who's a scientist who might see the Quran. They'll see certain verses differently. So my background is more like accountancy, mathematics. So when I'm looking at that verse, I see an equation. I see a mathematical equation.
Okay, sure.
So when I take that mathematical equation, put it into algebra, now the two factors I need to solve are the I can't remember the words, sama and ama, is it something like that?
Yeah.
Sama
So
and ama.
alfa sanatin illa 50 aman. Yeah. So it's 1,000 except 50 am. So 1,000 sana except 50 am. Yeah.
Yeah. So
But which
when
both,
I see the mathematical equation there. So 1,000 x minus 50y.
1,000 minus,
minus 50y.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
So we know what y is because that's, that would be base 10. So we just need to know what x is, what base is x in. So if x is base 5, that would give you, when you convert it, so if you bring up a converter
so when
on
you
the
see,
website, you
with because this base thing, just to understand how you're converting it. So when you're saying 50 which is, let's say, 50y, you said, so that's base 10. So what are you saying? In essence, it's what, 5?
No, 50 is 50 in base 10.
50 is 50, yeah? 50 accounts for 50 years.
It's that number is already a base 10 number.
Okay, so that number remains intact. Now, the other number, the 1,000, you're dividing that. Are you dividing?
No, so you're converting it. So the way that you can't just take 1,000 and think you're going to divide it by 5 and get into base 10. So it works like, for instance, you got 5 fingers on your hand, right? So you're counting 1, 2, 3, 4. And when you get to number 5, that number changes to a 1, like as in one hand, and 0 fingers. So 5 would be written as 10, right? So if you keep going up like that, so the next number would be, so 6 would be written as 11.
Okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So 7, and then when you get to like 10, that would become 20 because you got 2 hands now, right?
Okay.
Right. So if you keep going up to 1,000, that's actually just 125.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Sounds very interesting. Sure. Okay. So it's 125. I mean, that sounds obviously. Yeah. No, that's,
which is the reasonable figure.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. But the question here would be that, you see, when you say 1,000 sana, why is it saying 1,000 sana? Why? Because the Arabs wouldn't normally say that unless they meant 1,000. So the question is like, why is it being said to? Because I get what you're saying if people were doing that, but people didn't do that in the Prophet's time. So the question was, because this is the question that everybody's going to ask. This is the same question they were asking me, for example. Why is it being mentioned? Because if people don't count like that, then like people in that time wouldn't be converting 1,000 when they say 1,000. They would just mean 1,000. So, yeah.
No, but you've answered your question. It seems like that word has been used differently to signify a different counting system.
Yeah, of course. No, but isn't that the same? Isn't that what I just said in my video?
Yeah, but what you didn't say was what that counting system was.
Oh, so that's right. Why okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not. Yeah. So you see, because what I had said was this was talking about Nuh alayhi salam to a people that would have had some heritage, like the Jewish people with their tradition. And there is the anti-deluge numeric system, which is pretty much lost on us. But we have the deluge, post-deluge kind of numeric system. So if you look up, in fact, you can get it on Wikipedia or Google it, the name of the kings, the anti-deluge kings, and their reign. And there's you'll get a list of these rulers from the Sumerian kingdom, and it would state ridiculous numbers to how long they ruled. But nobody, even the Sumerians, did not mean that. And the Sumerians, we know, also used, and I'm not saying that's used in this verse, but they also used a 60 baseline. So they would multiply everything by 60. This is why we have today 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in an hour, and we have 360 degrees, because it's taken from the Sumerian kingdom, where they had a baseline of 60. So we know that, but that's the Sumerian. But the anti-deluge, what was that? Like we're not exactly, that's like pre-flood. Like what did they have? So we know that they must have had something about numbers, because when the kings are being spoken of, it's being spoken in crazily absurd numbers. Like that's no way on earth going to be realistic. Like how this person had 50,000 years and this person ruled for this long, and they themselves admit in other places, no, it was only this many years in between. So you know that so when they're using these numbers, they obviously have some weird kind of system. So the Quran, because Nuh alayhi salam would have been anti-deluge before the flood, it was echoing that in my in what I was saying. But what was the exact counting system? I'm not sure. Obviously,
don't you think this is refuting the claims of the Christians and the Jews from the Bible that he lived for 950 years? So wouldn't the Quran be clarifying that it's not 950 years in, how 950 years? It's actually this number means this, and minus 50.
Sure. I mean, I didn't think of it in the sense that is it as a refutation, but I suppose it could be. It could be. But one could ask. You see, the only problem there is one could say, well, if it came to refute, it apparently most people didn't get it, because they would say that, well, because most people actually still believe it. So if it came with the objective to refute, then it didn't do a good job, because most people still today then believe what it was trying to refute. So I would probably say it didn't come to refute, and the verse doesn't sound like it's refuting anything. I would say that it was just, once again, like the Quran says, that it has come, look, musaddiqan, like affirming the prior scriptures. And so in this sense, when it's speaking about Noah and Noah alayhi salam and the incident and the flood, and it's mentioning certain things, it refers to the age as well, because it was a prominent factor in the Judaic kind of tradition. But it highlights different words and does it on purpose in a way that affirms the narrative, but also shows that it's not quite, because the Quran could have said quite easily 950 years. It could have said this aman, for example. That's very clear, 950. But it says, oh, it was 1,000 minus, except, with the exception of, and then uses two totally different words in Arabic to say year. So it says 1,000 years, but use a different word, with the exception of 50, use a different word for years, am. So it shows that there seems to be layers to this, but at the same time, it seems to be only for those who are interested in exploring it. For other people, it doesn't matter. Like, they could just read it. That's not the point. The point is the overall story and Nuh alayhi salam's struggle with people. That's the main point of the story. And whoever ponders over this, maybe they will have certain things opening up on them as well. So I think, yeah, that's where I'm at with it. But yeah, shukran, Darth Veda. You're doing it, yar. You're doing it.
Thank you for your time.
No, likewise.
I'll ask you one more thing. You don't have to answer it now. You could do it some other time, maybe.
Sure, okay.
I'm not sure if you've been seeing what's been going on with Farid and Dr. Hani.
I haven't, no.
Right, okay. So he's basically trolling Dr. Hani like he used to do with you. And Dr. Hani's taking the bait. Would you like to offer him some advice, like privately, because I think he needs it?
Who? Farid.
Dr. Hani Action.
Because I was going to say, I don't think, you know, I'm not in touch with any of them, with Dr. Hani or Farid, but sure. I mean, if somebody wants my advice very openly is that, look, there is no khair in that kind of thing. I know, to be fair, I did it myself for so many, for so long. And so I can say in some ways that, when you do something yourself and you do it with passion and you get kind of embroiled in all of this, and then you later step away and see, you can speak with experience, and you can speak with experience of mistakes as well. And you can speak with experience of development as well, because so I can say that, look, I was well embroiled in all this stuff. And one of the things that I realized as I'd kind of taken that step away and just been more mindful is that these things are, you know what they are? They are entertainment. And it's not a healthy entertainment. And when you're on it, it has a kind of gravity to it that it sucks you in, and you remain locked in its orbit. And I'm not saying anything because I've been there, and we've all been there, but many of us have been there. But once you do free yourself from this orbit and you can see it from a distance, you realize this is not what the faith is about. This is not, it's not actually even, it's not healthy from an Iman perspective. It doesn't even leave you, honestly, like I can tell because I used to do it. And I can tell that it leaves a darkness or an imprint of darkness on your soul. And but you just, at the time, because you're in the moment and the momentum, you go with it, and you kind of just tolerate, or you do it, like you don't think about it. But from a distance, you feel the difference of weight, if I can use that word, of the soul, and you think, yeah, this stuff is so taxing on that, and this is why, even to Farid, my advice would be not that he would be interested in my advice, but people had said to me, I think several months ago, they had said something, and would you want to engage, or would you? I said, look, I think all of these things are meaningless. And I said that, look, I honestly, from where I find myself now on the plane of consciousness, I said that I think we proactively, as everybody, as a collective, need to break that cycle of toxicity. And one of the most difficult things a person can do if they don't like someone is make dua for them. And that's because it's difficult. It's crazy, because the person thinks, I ain't gonna bloody wish that person well. I don't. But this, once a person can arrive at that maqam, they can say, you know what? May Allah bless them, keep them happy. Beyond that, there is an enlightenment that can only be experienced and cannot be expressed in words. And it is what the people call that kind of dhawq. It is something else. And that's my words really to them. But if Dr. Hani, I think I did actually send him a message a few months ago, I think on Instagram, but I don't think it was him. I think it's his team. And they just said, I think it was just like an automated reply, because I had sent a message. People had told me, look, would you reach out to him and ask him to be a guest on MindTrap? So I did, but he said he was busy, and that's it. Respectfully said so. And I said, yeah, appreciate that. But yeah, if he wants to be in touch, sure. I think sometimes people have to walk their own path, and they have to arrive at their own understanding. But yeah, in the end,
a lot of this Dawah movement is, everyone thinks they're the gatekeeper of Islam and that they're going to bring others to Islam. And it's like, do you guys not understand that Allah brings whoever He wants to Islam? Isn't this like foundational belief here?
Something, I'm gonna say something which I think before I would have struggled to accept. Is I feel, in essence, at heart, we spoke of movies. There's a movie, can't remember what it was called now. I watched it ages ago, but there was this quote in it where they're in prison, and it's like one of those kind of crime movies. But the point is, the person, he says, we all began as somebody's little angel once. You see, in light of that quote, I do believe most people are, in essence, the origin. It is stemming from a place of love for the deen. I think now I do recognize that. Initially, I wouldn't have. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I would never have accepted that before, but I stand corrected. But along the way, that love is misplaced. You see, the reason I said that quote is, he says, we all began as somebody's little angel, like meaning, with their parents as kids. But along the way, people, you see, this toxicity corrupts people. It takes people, obviously, it puts you into this cycle of hatred, of, just spewing against people. You get a fan following, people kind of big you up, you do it more, and this becomes your thing. You see, it becomes your thing that you react, but in essence, I do believe I believe all of these people, honestly, even Farid, this isn't about him, but let's say even Salafis who before I'd spoken against, different people, examining now from this perspective, I do feel that most, if not all, do start, when it comes to the faith, those who take it seriously do stem from a position of love. But along the way, there's distractions. And then sometimes people derail themselves and they kind of go off that path. But that fuel, in essence, it does begin with that. So there is this, you've
just basically described the tragedy of Anakin Skywalker.
Have I?
Spoiler alert.
Oh, that's epic, man. Yeah.
But, thank you for your time.
Shukran, Darth Veda. I appreciate it, man. Much love, man. All right, take care of yourself. Assalamu alaikum. People, Darth Vader, pleasant conversation. MashaAllah. May Allah bless him. So we've got Life is Now. Let me just see. Mohsin Khan, thanks for the information. Siraj, okay, Siraj, thank you. I don't know what the information was, but shukran for spreading the information. Life is Now, Vareva. All right, I like it. And speaking of Life is Now, we've got Life is Now right here. Let's bring him up. People, let's beam him up. Scotty. Assalamu alaikum. Life is Now.
كيف الحال يا شيخ؟
Alhamdulillah. Allah bless you, man. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. I am so good. आपने बुलाया तो हम हाजिर हैं.
Allah.
You rang
Allah.
and I came
Allah.
running.
In the words of Mir, he says, Hale bad na guftani hai mera. He says that my hale bad, like my bad situation, bad hal, na guftani, it's unspeakable, like can't be spoken of. Aapne pucha to meherbani ki. Wow.
Kya baat hai.
So, all right.
So, it's really amazing that the ayat that you talked about earlier today, and the lessons, how much they ring in Surah Shurah, Surah Alam Nashrah Laka Sadrak. Yeah, and I wanted to get your thoughts on how you how do you think about the surah, and what wisdom do you glean from
surah? No, there's so much. I think, you know what, one of the days I will actually go over that surah. It's such a powerful surah. Wallahi, alam nashrah laka sadrak. It's something that I feel is so empowering. And in fact, in light of today's theme, it really, now that you say, I'm thinking, I should have gone over that surah, because it's so putting everything into perspective, that alam nashrah laka sadrak wa wada'na anka wizrak. That the whole thing is speaking about struggles and about ease coming after struggles, and about, obviously it's addressing the Prophet ﷺ, but by extension all of us and the struggles we face. وَرَفَعْنَا لَكَ ذِكْرَكَ, and people will have, they, even in this world, they will have glory, and they will have. I think it's absolutely empowering. I love the surah. Alhamdulillah. Shukran for bringing it up. But what were your thoughts on it?
Well, it's very interesting. I'm sure you've heard of Dr. Khalid Abul Fadl at the
Of course.
at the Asuli Institute. By the way, if you ever watch him at like 1.5 or 2 times speed, and then otherwise you'll be there a while.
People say that about me as well. They say, I watch Mufti at 1.5 speed. I'm like, it's cool, man. You know what? I do the same thing. I'm not with myself, but I do the same thing with other things when I'm watching. I think, yeah, you know what? Let's speed it up a bit because I've got this many minutes and this is going to take this long. So,
yeah, but kabhi-kabhar, baat ki khas, the special matter, the thickness of the content, you don't get it if you watch it too fast. But in any case, it's really interesting because fa inna ma'al usri yusra and fa inna ma'al usri yusra. I've been thinking a lot about this. I don't know if I feel like even within the hardship or whatever you were going through, even within it, not after it, not necessarily after it, but even within, there is ease. You can have multiple dimensions of the ease. Let's say, for example, there's the I don't know if you know any of these popular YouTubers like Jocko Willink or whomever. But he's got the mantra: discipline equals freedom. So in hardship, discipline, you get ease, the freedom, or there's the pain of discipline weighs ounces, whereas the pain of regret weighs tons.
Sure.
So similar. So you've got the practical dimensions, and you've got like, or when somebody's in a flow state, or quote in the zone. When they're so engaged in the task and they're struggling to, let's say, making a beautiful work of art, and they're operating at peak neural efficiency, and they're even in that state, there's struggle, but there's a sense of timelessness and ease, let's say, in the struggle. But those are, I guess, the more like material aspects of a struggle. But even in because my experience, I work in a hospital, and even my experience in the U.S. Medical system, even in the struggle that doesn't have this flow state, even in then, when you have actual tawakkul, there is a sense of lightening of the load. It's remarkable because I hadn't before, things used to be so like an uphill battle every time, and there's only so much willpower you can muster to be working at 100% capacity the whole day. Lekin, alhamdulillah, when Allah is with you, when Allah, it's like a self-perpetual motion machine or a self-perpetual engine that kind of just keeps feeding you. And in that hardship, you find the ease of maybe, did I do everything the best I could? Did I do right by everybody? When you struggle to make sure that you were perfectly just, you were helpful, or whatever dimensions of, you're trying to organize your day by. I think that surah is like, it like you said, it kind of ties it all kind of together in these succinct ayat.
100%. Yeah. Wow. No, I think that's amazing, man. And exactly.
But the struggle never ends, right? Because in a way, Allah says, we eased your burden in the beginning. But then after فَإِنَّمَا الْأُسْرِ يُسْرًا, he says, now stand up and exert yourself again. So it's like a circle looping back, that you're done with the struggle, you can't rest on your laurels and take it easy. no such thing as retirement per se, but you just keep going and going.
And I suppose in many ways that you see, there's always going to be struggles in life, isn't there? It doesn't like if we think about it, look, and this is one of the, this is the amazing nature, seriously, of the message and of the Quran and the way it words it. Because think about it, look, it doesn't matter where you are, what part of the world, what social class, what anything, you will always struggle, will always perpetuate. The question is that it may characterize itself differently and manifest in different ways. So first world struggles may be very different to third world struggles, to different. The middle class kind of problems may be slightly different to the working class problems, slightly, which may be different to the upper class problems. But everybody is going through problems of their own. They're not, they are. It's just we obviously see things. We may see people. We may think, oh my God, that person's living it. But everybody. So these verses, by their nature, address every single person with a certainty, a constant that is certain in life, which is the constant of struggle. That their struggle equals growth in life. You will need some kind of struggle, whatever it is. I mean, it's necessary. I mean, I'm not saying we want it. We would. I'm sure people would say, you know what, I don't want any struggle. But then you wouldn't develop, because you'd be, you wouldn't. Because if you think about it, some of probably in your own life, some of the greatest things may have been a result of going through some turmoil. You might think about your own life,
Well, not just. I mean,
I'm just saying people in general.
How many times do they interview veterans, and some of the most engaging moments of their lives are when they were in the thick of battle, when they were like in it. They were those are the most memorable and the most like fond memories of. I mean, of course, there's lots of elements of companionship and all of that involved too. Like
obviously.
And it's like I think part of it maybe has to do with the dopamine circuit, because the dopamine circuit is an approach circuit, right? When you're constantly at the approach, when you're and not. I mean, there's of course there's release when you get to the goal. Like it's not the same amount as when you're thinking about or getting to the goal. It's like a constant. Okay, what's next?
It's crazy, because when we study, just we're only in many ways just scratching the surface, but still, it's fascinating strides that psychology has made, and when we come to see how these things work in the brain, the rewarding system. Obviously, dopamine is a crucial neurotransmitter that rewards. It obviously will correlate. I mean, it does also deal with sensory motor action as well, locomotion. It does deal, but the rewarding system is immense, and also it's the kind of it's the pleasure neurotransmitter that's kind of doing its circuitry, and it's involved in other things as well. But the point is that when we start reading some of how it works, it's crazy. It's like, in fact, I was going through this study on human sexuality. So as one does when they're bored, psychological. By
the way, Fahim, excellent questions. Very much needed.
Fahim was killing it. He's he was just like, I don't care. He's like, you know what? I'm taking one for the team, and I'm just gonna say this out loud. He actually, other people think it. He said it out loud.
No, point.
Yeah, point him out there. So the thing is that now studying, so these studies on human sexuality, and it was looking at. It was looking at dimorphic and basically disparate behavior between male brain and the female brain, and there is actual difference in activity, with neural activity within the brain, and there's different parts of the brain also. There are similarities, obviously, but there's actual some crucial differences. But and it was highlighting. Now check this. This is so bizarre. It was saying that, so the studies showed that if a man looked at a picture of a woman that he found attractive, and let's say he found her sexually kind of attractive and appealing, it would trigger, naturally, you could assume that it would trigger dopamine in the brain. However, it wouldn't. This is the twist at that. It says it wouldn't unless she was making some form of eye contact from the image. So if she, so you've got this attractive woman now on this image that he finds sexually appealing, but if she's looking away, dopamine is not released in the brain. But if it seems as though she's making eye contact from the image, he gets a release of dopamine. Now you think, okay, fair enough. Like he thinks there's some kind of contact, and TK, so the brain, it seems to be making sense. But then you see, to compound and confound and confuse, combobulate the whole study, you find that when he saw a woman, like when let's say the men in this study, when they saw women that they did not find sexually attractive, right, okay, no dopamine release, that's fine. But if she looked away, there was dopamine release from the unattractive women, which is like, what the hell is going on there?
It's a little bit of zulm, neurological zulm.
It's like what on earth is going on in the brain? It's like, how does this thing operate, man? And so, yeah, it's just a mystery, honestly.
Yeah.
But it's so fascinating to learn this stuff, though. Yeah. So what, it is so. I was just seeing what the. But yeah, okay. So there's a lot of that. So what else is
but that was a good question that I think you just zoomed by. It was like, why can't we be developed by God without suffering? Yeah, I personally, I mean, of course, I would love to. I think suffering is integral to the human experience, because it's like so much of life is all about these contrasts, right? Allah is Wahid, who encompasses all these attributes. Like in our life, if there is no sadness, we can't actually appreciate or know joy. What duha wa layli idha saja. You can't appreciate that morning beauty or the night without the other. There's, like at work, sure. You can't appreciate hard workers without the lazy people.
Absolutely. And I'd like to just add to that, especially in line with what we were just saying. We spoke of dopamine, and it's this kind of pleasure, if we're associating it with a kind of pleasure neurotransmitter. And sure, that it does that amongst other things. But you see, to contrast it with serotonin, you see, because pleasure is not, and it's often confused for happiness. You see, serotonin is linked to happiness, not to pleasure. And it's interesting that the nature of these two as well. You see, dopamine is excitatory. It's an excitatory neurotransmitter in the brain, whereas serotonin is mostly inhibitory. It inhibits the action of that region of those kind of axons. So, and serotonin is linked to your kind of well-being, and people will get depressed, for example, if the serotonin levels aren't right, and a sense of that kind of bonding and being that peace is linked with this. So just following on, because from what we were saying, and see, so when people are saying suffering, it's important to understand that yes, at some level, there is an indistinguishable level, but beyond that, there can be a difference between pain, loss, trauma, or tragedy, let's say, and suffering. So these are things. So let's say whether it's going to be pain, whether it's going to be tragedy, whether it's going to be, I don't know, whatever. These are all to do with the surroundings, and this is an input. Okay, so this comes from without in. So something happens to you, something happens to someone, some incident. You actually hurt yourself. There's actual pain, sensory pain is being detected. People often they think that is always a synonym of suffering. Suffering is from in out. It is the meaning that you give to what's happened and then the output. So yes, there will be, in the beginning, there will be an indistinguishable amount. So for example, you hurt yourself, you're like, okay, you've hurt your leg. There is a momentary indistinguishable overlap accepted. But beyond a point, there will be a choice, even if you're negligent of it, that the meaning you give to something will determine at times whether it is a suffering or not. Because somebody could say, look, somebody, like we spoke of the story today of the Maliki scholar, Sheikh Abdul Salam ibn Jassus, who stood against Moulay Ismail, and there was going to be immense suffering, but he chose it. Now there was pain, but to him that was his path. One could say, like almost like a Christ-like path, choosing that thing. It gives it a different meaning. Now, the fact that the meaning changes to them, yes, there's pain, but it's not suffering. There's a kind of contentment. But yeah,
I mean, I just realized that. I mean, in the year of the sorrow, I mean, the Prophet he goes through the death of Khadija, the death of Abu Talib, Taif incident, and all these. It's such a like a terrible year. Looking every time he has to get up in salah and say and start with Alhamdulillah, which is praise and mean it. I mean, I'm sometimes Alhamdulillah, most of my salahs I'm concentrating. Like the feeling he had in his salah.
We still remain lost.
No, but you know what I mean. Like he has to mean it. Because Allah knows if he means it or not. And if anyone's going to mean Alhamdulillah, it's him. And he has to mean it at the lowest point of his life. And still come out of it without. So yeah, there's so much tragedy that year. Like there's no suffering. That's a very interesting point that you brought up.
And you know what? I know it's getting very, but on a final note, I'd like to just wrap that on because of what you've just mentioned there, because of the salah thing. I think it's really important to remind ourselves, remind people that when it comes to our relationship with God, don't think of it from a perspective of guilt, or like right now, let's just say, because we mentioned the salah thing and we mentioned it even though we're joking, but let's say being real as well, people in their salah, how attentive are they even praying? Maybe they're missing certain prayers, maybe they're praying none, maybe some people are praying some, maybe one, maybe three, maybe five. Whenever you as a person, if you find it in you to stand in prayer, don't see it as like, oh, I've got this long. It's not. Don't see it like a debt, like you're going to an accountant to repay a debt. Like, oh yeah, I borrowed this much is outstanding, and this much is outstanding, and this. See, always as whenever you stand at that door, Allah is always pleased to hear from you. It is never. Allah constantly says, "Ud'uni astajib lakum." Just call on me. I will be there to answer. And I think sometimes it's so pushed the guilt angle that it then kills the soul of that wanting angle, the thing that to feel good, because a person feels a bit ashamed of themselves that I haven't been really praying all these months or all these years. Just praying one salah would feel odd. It would never. It never is. Even if it is just one, or even don't. It's Allah is not an accountant. He's not a, he's not there to. It's not like a bank manager or somebody that you owe this much or you owe. Forever the doors of rahmah are open. But I just thought that, because we said, I just thought that that's to say this for whoever needs it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
It's been epic. Shukran for gracing us, Yar. I better sign out now because it's been ages.
Buenas noches.
But we'll speak soon. Likewise, man.
Inshallah.
Buenas noches. Take care. Hasta
Assalamu
luego. People, alaikum assalam. Epic as always. Guys, we've got to sign out. We've had a super long session. As always, I just go on. This is it. I know that when I sit to start with you guys, I'm just going to go on and on and on. But I love it. Honestly, I do. Guys, take care of yourselves. Do take some of these lessons if you can. Especially, if you can take anything away, I would say that today's point about owning your destiny, that whatever it is, and maybe even if this chapter of life does not look like the sun is shining down on you, this chapter too shall pass. There'll be another chapter. There'll be plenty of sunshine. And whenever you can, that channel, that phone, that connection to God is lying there waiting, is on standby. Even if it's 30 seconds in a day, 60 seconds, just being mindful, just that gratitude that I've got, when you come to think about it, I've got so much that other people haven't got. And just being aware of it is in and of itself, shukr. So take care of yourselves, people. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, do so. If you want to reach out to me, the usual drill. Instagram is a good place. It just seems to be a place that I respond quite easily. And do follow me on Instagram. If you want to join up with my Discord server, which is called Mindscape, you can go to Patreon. There's different tiers. So the minimal tier does allow you to join. And then there's multiple tiers with the top dealing with one-to-one perspective sessions for those people that need them. Other than that, take very good care of yourselves. May Allah keep you all blessed and smiling, people. وأوصيكم أن تتفانوا بحب الله قبل أن تفنوا بحكم الله. Take very good care of yourselves. Salamullahi alaikum, people. Wa khuda hafiz.